Hitting a dead end before 30 stings. But Ryoichi Ishikawa faces total ruin after his father passes away and their family electronics shop officially closes its doors. Before his father's altar, bitter shame crushes him for failing to keep the dream alive. A bad economy leaves him broke and utterly unemployed. Bowing low before corporate recruiters only earns him humiliating rejections. Old friends ignore his calls, leaving his social life a barren desert. Even his phone sits disconnected, reduced to a useless paperweight. Staring up at the low ceiling, he wonders how life turned so pathetic. Inside the messy room, he mourns losing everything. To kill time, he browses web novels until an accidental click opens a shady banner ad. The screen flashes a question. Do you wish to transfer to another world? With nothing on his calendar anyway, he figures, why not? Next, the website bombards him with detailed survey questions about ogres and elves. Over 100 questions drag on, turning the bizarre survey into a real grind. At last, he hits the send button. His doorbell chimes, revealing Kami Shirahito waiting outside. Dressed like an executive, Kami Shirahito presents a sharp business card. Salesman Ryoichi Ishikawa asks. Instead, Kami Shirahito confirms his immediate transfer to another world. In the blink of an eye, both warp straight into the heart of a massive forest. Smiling calmly, Kami Shirahito presents the world of Starlia. Real monsters lurk nearby, including a goofy little slime. When the slime charges, Kami Shirahito vaporizes it with a single magic blast. Calling magic simple, he offers Ryoichi Ishikawa a quick tutorial. On his first attempt, Ryoichi Ishikawa masters the spell called Magic Hole. The next day, both sit down for a strategy meeting. Ryoichi Ishikawa realizes this is one way, no returning to Earth. Refusing the deal means Kami Shirahito wipes every memory of the encounter. However, a cheat catalog sweetens the deal. 4 godly class abilities are his to claim for a new life. Mastering legendary techniques requires none of the usual training. Divine gifts even sit ready inside the item box. Remarkably, Kami Shirahito handcrafts tools for the chosen ones. Before departing for 3 days, Kami Shirahito instructs him to pick perks. Ryoichi Ishikawa views his shop a last time. Paying quiet respects, he visits his old school and local shrines. At his favorite spot, a last bowl of ramen awaits. Recognizing him, the owner calls out, "Long time no see, big brother." The kindly owner offers wise words about taking the next step in life. Munching free gyoza, Ryoichi Ishikawa reflects that life is shorter than expected. Along glowing city streets, he walks, soaking in the atmosphere. One final goodbye closes out his old reality. Perched on a hill above town, he stands ready for the change. A blinding flash of light erupts on the horizon. The contract is signed. Without any grand mission imposed, Kami Shirahito lets him live however he likes. Understanding how tools work, Ryoichi Ishikawa picks production-type abilities. A unique build becomes his focus. Landing in the new world, he immediately encounters lesser wolves. Through God class appraisal, he learns a single mistake will get him folded. The pack lunges in with zero hesitation. A wolf bites Ryoichi Ishikawa's shoulder in a bloodbath. Refusing to die, he roars and triggers his magic. Magic blasts tear through the pack as he masters the combat flow. His God-class body instantly closes and heals the shredded flesh. A heavy kick to the skull crushes the pack leader. Leveling up right away, his physical stats surge. Scooping up loot, he opens his omnipotent map. The route leads him right outside East Village. At the gate, a guard stops him and demands ID. Lacking an ID, Ryoichi Ishikawa pays 3 silver coins to enter. Fortunately, his Japanese assets converted into 10 million yen of local currency. That gives him a huge stash of silver. Stepping past the gates, he draws stairs because wolf blood covers his clothes. Finding an inn becomes urgent before more unwanted attention gathers. Inside, a cute girl named Marie greets him and panics over his clothes. Though fluent in speech, he realizes writing the local script is beyond him. Opening his item box, he pulls out fresh work clothes. The inn family stands stunned by his high-tier storage ability. Marie considers his modern detergent rare and expensive. Other cheat gifts include a container capable of pulling items from Earth. His multiplication box connects directly to a massive warehouse of supplies. This production build is turning out totally overpowered. Getting an official ID requires joining a guild. Arriving at the Carpenter Guild to register, he buys an exam ticket for 1 gold coin. She warns the pass rate is only 40. A burly supervisor named Gio mocks his slender arms and calls him a loser. The first test demands chopping a log with a massive axe. That heavy axe is difficult to lift. Harnessing that heavy momentum to his advantage, he swings straight down. The log splits clean in half, shocking the masters. Moving to the second test, he must process a log with precision. Basic chisel work makes slow progress. He asks whether using his own tools is allowed. Opening his item box drives the onlookers wild. Out comes a modern power drill. Memories surface of his dad giving him his first drill. The whine of the drill makes everyone in the guild lose their minds. Watching closely, the guildmaster is impressed by this magical tool. Ryoichi Ishikawa passes in record time. The master reveals that the exam was secretly a hidden magic test. Most rely on physical enhancement, but Ryoichi Ishikawa used raw technology. That heavy axe was a divine gift directly from the god of wood. Guildmaster Kokus hands him his official guild card. He is officially part of the squad now. Gio grabs him, promising to look after him in the workshop. A rowdy welcome party begins as everyone chugs ale. Drunk on ale, Ryoichi Ishikawa even beats the master in arm wrestling. Peers who respect his skills shower him with genuine praise at last. Choosing Starlia was the finest decision of his life. Peace in his new home will not last. Kami Shirahito warns that death lurks around every corner in this realm. High above the clouds, a desperate young girl weeps and pleads for aid. Down by the mines, she begs for someone to rescue her sister. With the crew, Ryoichi Ishikawa grinds his logging. Watching his growth, Gio marvels at his swift leveling. Gio winds up a heavy axe strike to show the crew real mastery. Before falling timber crushes the camp, a massive stone hand catches it. Gio uses earth magic through stone to soften the impact and lower the trunk. Lacking teaching skill, Gio urges Ryoichi Ishikawa to buy a spellbook. At the bookshop, a friendly cat girl offers him tomes. She pulls out an ominous tome containing abyss darkness. Finding rare magic in a remote shop thrills Ryoichi Ishikawa. Back in his room, Ryoichi Ishikawa trains wind magic. After a small misfire, he resolves to train across all elements. During short breaks, he pushes his limits to master fire magic. Achieving total self-reliance and strength drives his pace. Charging through the dense woods, he sprints at impossible speeds. His tenfold growth multiplier supercharges his agility stats. When lesser wolves attack, he swats the pack away like trash. Weightless footwork lets him glide across the dirt with total ease. Gio claims the true trial of manhood awaits at the shrine of the giant soldiers. Towering stone sentinels guard the doorway as he steps inside. Pushing into the ruins, Ryoichi Ishikawa checks the legends. Dozens of stone statues stand watch in the inner hall. An old slab identifies a magic armor control test site. Ages of decay suggest the mechanisms can no longer operate. A strange mechanical hum echoes from right beneath the floor. Finding a broken circuit, he uses engineering knowledge from Earth to restore power. Sparks fly as Ryoichi Ishikawa welds the junction with mastery. Power surges through the complex, lighting the console. A hidden stairway opens, descending into the darkness. Stepping downward, he hears a massive form stir in the shadows. Casting a fire spell for light, he spots a giant golem looming over him. The Titan looms overhead, brandishing a massive stone sword. A lethal strike falls, forcing Ryoichi Ishikawa to jump. He evades just as the blade pulverizes the stone floor. With escape cut off, he blasts the golem with fire magic. He unleashes a spread attack to search for a weak point. Unharmed by the blast, the golem strides straight through the flames. A crushing foot stomps down, nearly flattening Ryoichi Ishikawa. Refusing to back down, he leaps back into the brutal clash. Direct physical blows deal 0 damage to the Stone Titan. Slain twice already, he barely clings to survival in combat. Only God-class clone jutsu keeps him alive in the battle. Successive clones emerge weaker, draining his remaining time. God-class appraisal finds magic nullification on level 3-8. Backed into a corner, he gambles his survival on Abyss Darkness. He chants the incantation to summon Abyss Darkness. Dark skulls and void energy erupt wildly from his hands. The blast rips a massive crater through the golem's heavy torso. The giant soldier collapses into a heap of broken stone. Believing victory is his, he coughs up dark blood. Backlash from Abyss Darkness tears through him with savage fury. A glowing screen flickers awake, displaying an AI girl initializing her system. Ryoichi Ishikawa reels at technology far too advanced for this world. She configures the ancient system for general household use. Finishing registration, she names him the new administrator. A squad of giant soldiers encircles him completely. Ryoichi Ishikawa braces, expecting imminent death. The AI resets security, and the golems obey him as their master. Assessing his vitals, she urges him to activate a hidden skill. He invokes God-class adaptation to purge the dark magic curse. Searing pain fades, and he thanks her for saving his life. She explains the shrine was built to house magic vehicles. Sympathy grips him upon realizing she has been alone for ages. Ryoichi Ishikawa vows to return, so she is never lonely. A warm smile crosses the AI girl's face as he steps away. He steps through the main doors to claim his prize. Seeing what waits inside, he halts in astonishment. A massive magic armored vehicle looms inside. This formidable machine stands ready for open combat. Ryoichi Ishikawa arrives piloting the giant robot from the shrine. He studies the ancient vehicle manual as if deciphering a basic guide. Gio awards him ownership, knowing only his craftsman intuition can repair such relic tech. He gets to work immediately, repairing the intricate mechanisms with expert skill. Marie arrives with Nasir, who compares the towering mech to a colossal steel spider. Nasir, who runs the general store, feared Ryoichi Ishikawa was overworking all night. Both women arrive to invite the entire crew on an expedition to Dewas. Nasir has already organized the expedition formation for the 4-month rotation. Every craftsman leaps at the honor of escorting such beautiful ladies on the road. Four days later, the united expedition marches deep into the wilderness. A savage horde of beasts ambushes the travelers before camp can be established. Gio charges the vanguard, and the rear fighters draw enemy focus. Marie attempts to fight with a frying pan, but the beasts quickly overpower her. Ryoichi Ishikawa leaps in, drilling through a plant monster to protect her. Monstrous horned rabbits and feral deer continue closing in from the dark shadows. He concludes the ambush early, unleashing a blast of advanced lightning magic. Lightning incinerates the pack instantly, leaving the men stunned by his grand magic. Defeating the ancient golem, he explains, granted him a huge level jump. Refusing to be outdone, Gio hurls heavy earth magic to crush the survivors. Thanks to Ryoichi Ishikawa's item box, the crew relaxes with a hearty meal at camp. Finding standard travel rations foul, Ryoichi Ishikawa decides to cook. Pulling Caesar dressing from his item box, he prepares a gourmet salad. Taking a single bite, the women are completely overwhelmed by the taste. Even Gio, despite hating vegetables, devours the salad with ravenous hunger. Recognizing a gold mine in the recipe, Nasir demands to market it immediately. She envisions immense profits, but Ryoichi Ishikawa just wants a quiet journey. At last, they reach the gates of Dewas, the renowned dwarf city. Dwarven craftsmanship and sturdy infrastructure impress Ryoichi Ishikawa. Marie departs for her uncle's inn, and the rest of the party disperses. Gio delivers the timber estimate to the local carpenter guild. Dwarves desperately need firewood after discovering a new magic ore vein. Finishing the rapid delivery gives the entire crew free time to explore. His comrades hunt for dates, but Ryoichi Ishikawa wanders off alone. Checking his omnipotent map, he walks directly to the Adventurers Guild. The appraiser recoils in shock at the rare loot Ryoichi Ishikawa presents. Stunned that a novice has phantom golem parts, the clerk begs him to register. Armed with his new registration card, Ryoichi Ishikawa heads out to work. Stepping outside, he spots a young girl begging local miners for any job. A merchant explains that her father died in a cave-in, leaving her buried in debt. Failing to pay the debt quickly will force her into slavery. She owes 250 gold coins, yet no crew wants a child underground. Her father's fatal accident was what originally uncovered the magic ore vein. Though she attempted the masonry test herself, her strength fell short. Her plight reminds Ryoichi Ishikawa of his own grief after losing his father. Refusing to ignore her, he marches straight into the Masonry Guild. Surveying the rugged excavation site, he prepares his next move. Despair sets in for the girl as dusk falls over her final deadline. Approaching her in time, Ryoichi Ishikawa announces he was seeking her. He offers to team up and take her into the deep shafts. Displaying his Masonry Guild license, he vows to wipe out her crushing debt. The guard admits Ryoichi Ishikawa and Mara into mine number 6. Reviewing the permit, the guard asks if they have come to see the legendary merchant. Tears well in Mara's eyes, knowing her family was doomed without Ryoichi Ishikawa. The guard sympathizes deeply over her father's death and her ruinous debts. Inside the tunnels, a violent brawl erupts as diggers battle for ground. Furious miners shout and curse at anyone cutting past them. Ryoichi Ishikawa and Mara observe the madness. The sentry cautions that every desperate laborer here is hungry for rapid wealth. Mara trembles at the thought of having to battle over every shard of magic ore. Ryoichi Ishikawa reveals his omnipotent map, displaying live subterranean shifts. Mara gasps in amazement as the enchanted map shifts dynamically before her. Applying her father's notes, she pinpoints a colossal deposit deep underground. Ryoichi Ishikawa marvels at her intellect. Their only hurdle is carving an entirely new path through solid bedrock. When Mara asks about gear, Ryoichi Ishikawa draws a pickaxe from his item box. Yet a standard handpick cannot conquer this massive task. Opening his item box, he selects the ultimate machine in his arsenal. Emanating a thunderous rumble, a colossal iron beast materializes in the cave. The iron behemoth bristles with heavy drills and robotic limbs. Mara stands utterly stunned by the sheer scale of the apparatus. Ryoichi Ishikawa explains he salvaged this magic armored vehicle from ruins. Taking the pilot's seat, he checks the systems as Mara stands baffled. He orders her to climb aboard and brace. Mara shrieks as massive drills roar to life with mountain-shattering power. The blades tear through solid stone like paper. Mara cries out in panic, baffled by the sheer madness. Ryoichi Ishikawa marvels as the machine reinforces the tunnel as it digs. Once the chaos subsides, Mara slumps in exhaustion from the adrenaline. He warmly tells her to relax and breathe easy. With an hour left before reaching the excavation site, it is time for a quick snack break. Ryoichi Ishikawa pulls out a box of donuts and a feast. Mara has never once heard of a donut before. Her stomach growls loudly, yet she pretends she is not starving. Guilt crushes her because her sister Moa is back home suffering. Memories surface of her father working to the bone to save Moa. Watching her, Ryoichi Ishikawa sees the girl trapped in self-blame. Violent clanking erupts as the machine shudders and grinds to a halt. Air fuel runs dry right in the middle of the excavation. Mara feels cursed, convinced she is dragging everyone down with her. Weeping in despair, she begs forgiveness for her jinx. The memory stings as Ryoichi Ishikawa recalls losing his dad in his shop. Never refuse a helping hand, he urges, resting his palms on the console. A raw surge of energy roars the machine back to life. Mara reels in shock as the hunk of metal moves again. Ryoichi Ishikawa manually fuels the machine from his massive manifold. Unyielding bedrock blocks the path, stopping them cold. He strikes at full power. Channeling mana into a single pinpoint, he punches through the barrier. The wall shatters, exposing a vast cavern loaded with glowing magic ore. Having hit the jackpot, Mara readies tools to mine the vein. Handing her a helmet, Ryoichi Ishikawa urges safety first. Back in town, the debt collector warns Mara that her time is up. Declaring the contract absolute, he demands 250 gold coins on the spot. Mara slams a mountain of gold down, leaving the collector speechless. He cannot believe she never just took the money and ran. Even a ruthless collector is moved by the soft heart of Ryoichi Ishikawa. To the god of currency, he prays for their future success. Outside, Mara struggles to thank Ryoichi Ishikawa for saving her life. He slips her an extra share of the loot to cover future expenses. Mara brings him to her house so her sister can thank him too. Inside, the home stands totally bare. Every single family keepsake was sold off just to keep the lights on. Calling to her sister Moa, she bids her meet their savior. Moa stirs awake to the impossible news that their debt is gone. Yet, as she lifts her head, Ryoichi Ishikawa sees her illness is far worse than a fever. Mara and Moa glow with relief, realizing they do not have to be separated anymore. Putting his mana to use, Ryoichi Ishikawa attempts casting recovery magic. He casts heal water on Moa to patch her up. A rush of dark energy instantly drowns out the recovery spell. Ryoichi Ishikawa knows basic healing magic will fail here. Activating God-class appraisal, he discovers this is no random sickness. Her status window exposes an advanced cursed seal devouring Moa alive. This matches the curse Ryoichi Ishikawa tanked at the Shrine of the Giant Soldiers. Checking Abyss Darkness, he finds nothing but offensive spells. Getting creative, he casts Drain directly upon the lethal curse. Moa freezes in shock as dark mana swirls violently around her. Bravely, Ryoichi Ishikawa pulls aggro from the death curse. A grotesque, multi-eyed shadow monster violently rips out of her body. The sinister curse gets ripped out in the most metal way possible. Moa gasps as the crushing weight lifts off her soul. Taking the transferred curse head-on, Ryoichi Ishikawa coughs up blood. Activating God Class adaptation, he withstands the brutal damage with ease. Dark mist disperses, letting Moa drift into a peaceful sleep. Mara watches in disbelief as the blackened curse mark vanishes completely. With the curse broken, Ryoichi Ishikawa casts Heal Water to restore her. The soothing magic takes hold and mends her frail body. Moa wakes up refreshed, her fever and pain gone. She springs to her feet, bounding around full of energy. Tears fill Mara's eyes at the sight of her sister fully cured. Overwhelmed with relief, she embraces Moa's recovery. Both sisters wrap Ryoichi Ishikawa in a grateful hug. Right on cue, Ryoichi Ishikawa's stomach lets out a growl. Pulling out cookware, he prepares a hot, nourishing feast for everyone. He dishes out bowls of meatballs and yudofu. Moa devours her portion and eagerly asks for second. Mara marvels at the incredible flavor of the meal. After they empty the pot, Ryoichi Ishikawa reassures them he can duplicate more food anytime. He offers them sweet sister donuts for dessert. Mara breaks down into tears, overwhelmed by such selfless kindness. Ryoichi Ishikawa watches, sensing their deep suffering. He recalls that children deserved protection back on Earth, admiring their unbreakable sisterly bond. Speaking softly, he confides that he has no family left. Refusing that sorrow, Moa insists they become family through marriage. Clinging tightly, she resolves to be his little sister instead. Ryoichi Ishikawa happily accepts his new sister, leaving Mara flustered. With the night deepening, he prepares to return to his inn. Mara stops him in his tracks before he departs. She inquires whether he intends to remain in the village longer. Ryoichi Ishikawa explains his ongoing travels, set to depart tomorrow. Without hesitation, Mara asks to accompany him on his travels. He cautions her about the deadly perils awaiting on the road. Mara insists on helping him to repay every debt of gratitude. Moa emerges from behind a tree with her plushie. Wailing loudly, she begs her Oni-chan not to leave her behind. She clings to him for dear life. Ryoichi Ishikawa cannot bring himself to abandon two defenseless orphans. Pondering his second life, he chooses to step up. He asks if they are prepared for the perils of an adventurer's life. Lifting Moa into his arms, he welcomes them as family from this day on. Next morning, the party gathers at the shop. Arriving promptly, Ryoichi Ishikawa announces an important matter. Gio sits completely hungover from heavy drinking at the celebration. Inside, Mara introduces herself as Ryoichi Ishikawa's new family. The entire shop stands frozen in absolute disbelief. Together, they review the massive tax debts left behind. They visit the magistrate's residence to file the papers. Ryoichi Ishikawa stuns the clerk by dropping a mountain of gold onto the desk. He pays off 10 full years of taxes in advance. Turning to Mara, he explains the funds came from her father. Blushing red, Mara calls Ryoichi Ishikawa her big brother. Marie and Nasir catch them outside, assuming it is a date. Clearing up confusion, Ryoichi Ishikawa introduces his sisters. Girls introduce themselves with the name Ishikawa. Marie and Nasir instantly dote on both cute sisters. Spotting their tattered clothes, the women take them for a makeover. Moa picks a cute frilly dress and Mara chooses a lively look. Loaded with bags, Ryoichi Ishikawa carries their purchases. Moa spots a bookstore, pulling the group inside for picture books. The clerk gives them a guild membership discount. Searching the shelves, Ryoichi Ishikawa seeks magic grimoires. Oma-Oo grabs a picture book and Ryoichi Ishikawa buys advanced lightning magic. Marie and Nasir note how naturally he acts like a dependable big brother. At dawn, Ryoichi Ishikawa uses his tools to fix the roof of Valor House. With repairs done, Moa insists he read her the new book. The story features an elf princess and an evil mage. Its hero wields a magical artifact shaped just like a chainsaw. Mara explains that the kingdom in the story is an actual real place. Ryoichi Ishikawa realizes that Hiro was likely an isekai traveler from Earth. Glancing down, he finds both sisters sound asleep on him. Sipping his drink, Ryoichi Ishikawa speaks to his father's photo. He feels genuine peace having a family to protect in this world. A massive predator looms over the pair, setting a dangerous tone for the coming chaos. Returning to the tavern, Ryoichi Ishikawa brings Mara along. Entering the tavern, he casually calls out, "I'm back!" Gio scolds him instantly for missing the party and staying out all night. The mood shifts as Ryoichi Ishikawa reveals he adopted the orphan sisters. Instantly, the gruff master softens into a doting Gio. Ryoichi Ishikawa announces their departure for E's village. Gio fumes in utter disbelief as his star apprentice prepares to leave. He claims disappointment only to mask how deeply the departure hurts. Gio storms off in anger, crushing the tavern atmosphere. Moa fears she caused offense, but Ryoichi Ishikawa vows to mend the rift. Guildmates explain that gruff Gio is simply masking his loneliness. The farewell party continues in earnest, yet the head seat sits empty. Gio skips the hall, sending a farewell gift through guild allies. Inside is a high-tier combat axe from a legendary dwarf. Ryoichi Ishikawa understands his master still values his growth. Dawn breaks as the little family departs on the road. Both sisters brim with excitement to discover E's village. Pulling their wooden cart, Ryoichi Ishikawa leads the way. Moa enjoys the ride, comparing their cart to magic armor. Gripping his new weapon, Ryoichi Ishikawa wishes he had thanked Gio. Detecting danger ahead, Ryoichi Ishikawa signals absolute silence. Vicious forest beasts surround them completely in the woods. Strange aardvark creatures close in, hunting for an easy meal. Ryoichi Ishikawa readies advanced lightning magic, but Gio steps in. Unleashing a fierce glare, Gio prepares a decisive blow. The cliff collapses, burying the beast pack under falling rock. Stunned in awe, Ryoichi Ishikawa watches his master's raw power. Sunset paints the trail as the caravan presses onward. They pitch their tents at an old campsite. Hands hurry to unload supplies and raise the shelters. Mara senses trouble and tugs Ryoichi aside. She spotted colossal tracks beside a mound of crushed bones. To Ryoichi, the tracks look far too massive for any normal beast. He tries to warn Gio, but the old master stays gruff and stubborn. Both men brush past each other in silence, refusing to back down. The other adventurers rest easy, trusting this standard camp is safe. Jests fly across the fire, teasing Ryoichi about his sisters. Darkness settles as the camp falls quiet. Mara remains wide awake, studying her maps. Before her eyes, the terrain on the magic map warps in real time. A colossal monster reshapes the mountain as it charges toward them. Mara screams the alarm, waking the camp in panic. Yet the top fighters, Gio and Ryoichi, are nowhere in sight. Out in the dark, Ryoichi patrols the perimeter. He hopes Mara's warning was only a false alarm. A vicious griffin dives from above to shatter that hope. Off in the tall grass, Gio drinks alone. Moa finds him and calls out to Uncle Gio. She warns that a giant monster is closing in. Gio assures her he can crush any threat in their path. She asks bluntly if he secretly hates Ryoichi. He admits he only regrets not teaching his pupil enough yet. Griffins plunge straight toward their position. Gio draws his axes and orders Moa to take cover. Right on time, Ryoichi arrives to back his master. Slashing the pest down with ease, Gio knows worse is on the way. One surviving monster flees back into the thick woods. Eerie noises echo through the trees. A piercing scream alerts Gio that blood is about to spill. He orders Ryoichi to take Moa and evacuate everyone. No way will Ryoichi abandon his master in combat. Distraction is vital, and Gio resolves to buy them time to flee. Predatory eyes watch them from the blood-stained brush. A colossal bear steps out and devours the griffin like a snack. God-class appraisal flashes as Ryoichi checks its stats. The monster is the Shout Bear King at level 6-8. Gio recognizes the mountain's legendary guardian beast. He leaves his final will, directing Ryoichi to his secret stash. Mana surges around Gio as he prepares for a fatal last stand. He roars at Ryoichi to protect the girls and run now. Forced to retreat, Ryoichi scoops up Moa and bolts away. The moon watches the start of a tragic showdown. Grim-faced, Ryoichi dashes back into the camp clearing. The other guild members want to fight, knowing it means certain death. Turning to Mara, Ryoichi asks for a critical favor. He straps the young girl into the cockpit of his secret machine. Magic Walker now functions as a reinforced transport carrier. Ryoichi Ishikawa passes her the manual she has to drive. Lifting the entire village, the massive machine stands. The magic vehicle's blistering speed leaves everyone stunned. Pumping magic into the fuel tank, the young mage keeps it running. They realize Ryoichi Ishikawa is not on board. He has his own ride and a master to save. Deep in the woods, Gio leans against a tree, bleeding out from his wounds. The Shout Bear King looms above, ready to finish the job. Jaws gaping wide, the monster lunges forward. Ryoichi Ishikawa slams his vehicle right into the beast's face. "I will protect my family with everything I have," he roars. Wielding his axe on the front line, Ryoichi Ishikawa fights alongside the heavy magic armor. This mechanical beast is all that stands between their party and total annihilation. At level 2-4, Ryoichi Ishikawa realizes he is trying to solo a level 6-8 raid boss. The Shout Bear King is a pure mountain of muscle and high-tier stats. Gaining an attack power buff, the beast leaves Ryoichi Ishikawa sweating bullets. It lunges forward, swinging massive claws with enough force to shatter stone. Catching the brutal blow, the mech strains under insane pressure. In horror, Ryoichi Ishikawa watches the beast overpower the machine's arm strength. The cockpit glass spiderwebs under the sheer force of the brutal struggle. Gio collapses, bleeding out, and the beast turns its focus onto Ryoichi Ishikawa. Fierce and relentless, the beast aims to secure the kill right now. Ryoichi Ishikawa barely ejects from the armor as a desperate counter shreds the beast's claw. "I'm fine," he pants, grateful for the massive battle axe Gio gave him. Gio marvels that the blade bears not a single scratch after a clash like that. Knowing physical attacks work, Ryoichi Ishikawa only needs to buy some time. He unleashes God-class clone jutsu to swarm the entire field. Diving in from every angle, the clones hack away at the beast's thick hide. Gio is stunned to witness a whole squad of his disciples manifest before him. "Heal now before it attacks," Ryoichi Ishikawa urges, prioritizing their escape. Humiliation stings Gio as his own student carries him like this. Without warning, the beast unleashes a blast of fire from its maw. Ryoichi Ishikawa dives to save Gio as flames incinerate everything in their path. Scorched by the flames, the magic armor detonates from the blast. With no other choice, Ryoichi Ishikawa arms his clones with Abyss Darkness. Drawing the grimoire, he chants from the depths of the abyss. The beast is far too swift, charging straight through his distraction. A massive shadow looms over Ryoichi Ishikawa as the beast closes the gap. In a brutal flash of speed, the beast chomps into Ryoichi Ishikawa. His left arm is ripped clean off in a fountain of gore. Reeling in shock, Ryoichi Ishikawa prays desperately for his god-class body to kick in. My consciousness is fading, he gasps, feeling his life bar hit zero. He collapses into a pool of his own blood, completely crushed. Gio watches in absolute despair as his student collapses before him. The beast looms over the body, set to devour Ryoichi Ishikawa. I will kill you, bastard, Gio roars, charging with a death wish. The beast swats the old man away like a pesky fly. Gio flies into the wreckage, coughing up blood from the heavy impact. Near the end, Ryoichi Ishikawa recalls how close death is in this world. Right before him, the Shout Bear King munches on the severed arm. Blood drips as the beast finishes its gruesome mid-fight snack. Across the dirt, Ryoichi's fingers twitch as his broken regen triggers. Looming in for the fatal bite, the beast meets Ryoichi's point-blank spell. A blinding magic circle erupts inside the beast's gaping maw. Surging advanced lightning magic tears through the beast from within. Rising to his feet, Ryoichi watches flesh and bone reforge his arm in seconds. Had the beast crushed his head instead, it would have meant instant death. Stunned by the blast, the Shout Bear King stumbles wide open. How dare you harm my master? Ryoichi roars, gripping his axe. Leaping high, lightning crackles along the edge of his heavy blade. Plunging with divine fury, he targets the monster's exposed neck. The axe bites deep, spraying blood in every direction from the lethal blow. With a furious final cry, he puts an end to the boss once and for all. Master Gio stares in disbelief as the legendary monster falls. The headless carcass of the Shout Bear King collapses into the mud. Utter disbelief grips Gio that the terror of the mountains is dead. Surrounded by roaring flames, Ryoichi stands tall with heroic dominance. Gio sprints over, demanding to know what happened to his lost arm. My original arm is rolling around over there, Ryoichi deadpans, leaving Gio in a complete existential. He apologizes for displaying such an unsettling and cursed spectacle. Glancing at his restored hand, he admits the whole thing is bizarre. Gio bursts into laughter at the sheer absurdity of the situation. Details do not matter, we can still arm wrestle, Gio cheers loudly. He names Ryoichi his proud disciple and savior of the village. Relief reaches Ryoichi as more allied reinforcements arrive. Guild members arrive, piloting another magic armor to join the fray. The squad explains that they evacuated every villager before rushing back. Mara and Moa weep tears of pure relief, overjoyed their brother survived. The rest of the squad stands speechless before the dead beast. As the girls cling tight, Ryoichi attempts to explain his restored arm. Eyeing the blood-stained earth, Ryoichi schemes how to conceal the evidence. Gio covers for him, announcing he cast earth magic to bury the severed limb. "Thank you so much, Master Gio," Ryoichi says as they finally rest. News of the Shout Bear King's defeat races through the local tavern. A mysterious fox-eared traveler catches the wild gossip about the great kill. With an intrigued smirk, she asks the locals to reveal every detail. Golden dawn breaks over the village, bathing the quiet streets in light. Sunlight filters into the quiet bedroom as Ryoichi sleeps off the exhausting boss fight. Waking up wrapped in bandages, Ryoichi finds the whole village peering through his window like an grateful villagers clamor to thank their savior, forcing Marie to stand guard at the door so he can rest in peace. Capitalizing on the chaos, Nasir hustles outside, selling exclusive priority passes to villagers. Looking down, Ryoichi notices that Mara and Moa have completely hijacked his bed. His confusion grows since there are plenty of empty beds throughout the room. Radiating pure morning energy, Moa leaps up to embrace him with a hug. Blushing crimson, Mara hides shyly behind a pillow, thoroughly embarrassed that she dozed off beside him during her night vigil. Stepping outside, Ryoichi discovers tavern rumors have crowned him a legend for slaying the Shout Bear King. At the bottom of the staircase, he spots a beast folk warrior gripping a katana, carrying the formidable aura of an elite raid veteran. Her sharp gaze radiates elite intensity. Cold sweat grips Ryoichi, fearing she intends to initiate hostilities. Bounding up with morning greetings, the girls melt the warrior's tense aura. A gentle smile warms her face, putting Ryoichi Ishikawa completely at ease. Catching up to him, the innkeeper Marissa expresses deep gratitude for her life. Grateful villagers line up across the square to honor their newest powerhouse. Mounds of tribute pile up before him, loaded with fresh eggs, meat, and vegetables. Ryoichi Ishikawa puts his survival skills to work, stepping in to run the kitchen. Mara and Moa jump in to assist as amazed villagers watch him add unknown seasonings. He plates a legendary fluffy omelet worthy of a 5-star restaurant. Resting nearby, Coco Youth Gebertius catches the rich scent of otherworldly flavors. Seeing her linger, Ryoichi Ishikawa offers a plate. Girls invite her to join the feast and she eagerly accepts. Unused to such friendly company, she blushes in mild embarrassment. Taking a single bite, she enters pure culinary bliss from the intense flavor. The hidden flavor of the sauce leaves her amazed. Ryoichi Ishikawa reveals it is soy sauce, thrilling her with nostalgic flavors from home. The warrior introduces herself as Coco Youth Gebertius, a wandering adventurer. Handing over his guild card, Ryoichi Ishikawa displays a rock-bottom E-rank minus rating. He admits he was merely an electrician and craftsman back in his old life. Coco Youth Gebertius rejects the claim, knowing no craftsman solos the Shout Bear King. Though noting his stance is full of openings, his gentle demeanor totally disarms her. Master Gio marches in, fully armed and armored for a dungeon expedition. Urgent matters demand Ryoichi Ishikawa's immediate presence outside. Gio spots Coco Youth Gebertius, recognizing the stance of an elite swordswoman. Learning she trains in the Kuran Ryu school, Gio orders Ryoichi Ishikawa to stay. Ryoichi Ishikawa assumes she is harmless, yet Gio warns that any woman wandering alone as an armed swordswoman carries a dangerous past. Arriving at the Key-Guild, they meet the village leadership. Inside, Chief Coleus and Kokis meet Ryoichi Ishikawa. Chief Coleus turns solemn, explaining that the Shoutbear King, abandoning its domain, signals a catastrophic disaster unfolding in the mountains. They recount a sea-crossing catastrophe from 20 years ago. An alien beast crossed the ocean back then, stealing the Shoutbear King's territory. The invading terror was none other than twin dragons. As a newcomer, Ryoichi Ishikawa stands stunned by the mention of dragons. That draconic calamity nearly wiped the entire island off the map. The Duke mobilized every royal soldier and veteran. Though victorious, the catastrophic loss of human lives was staggering. Gio reveals the dragons were actually a mated pair. Eggshells found in the nest confirmed that an offspring survived. Chief Coleus sends Ryoichi Ishikawa to deliver an urgent warning to Baron Errol. With days of perilous wilderness ahead, there is not a single moment to lose. Gio's battle-tested instincts warn him this is no false alarm. Ryoichi Ishikawa hesitates, questioning if a mere wanderer should carry this heavy duty. Village masters reassure him, praising his valor as their most dependable ally. Resolving to act, Ryoichi Ishikawa accepts the quest to save them. Preparing to depart, Ryoichi Ishikawa brushes off Marie's panic over his wounds. He peels off his bandages without feeling any discomfort at all. Now fully healed and muscular, Ryoichi Ishikawa credits his cheat-level regeneration. Instead of resting, he hammers timber into shape before Mara and Moa's watchful eyes. He crafts a custom rocket stove bath for the entire squad. Soaking in hot water, he explains, completely clears away heavy fatigue. Within moments, the outdoor bath stands completed and ready for use. Mara and Moa eagerly want to join the bath, so Ryoichi Ishikawa offers them clean t-shirts to wear as makeshift swimsuits. From his stash, Ryoichi Ishikawa pulls out shirts printed with an Earth logo. Coco Youth Gabertius catches the aftermath, screaming at how indecent this situation is. Ryoichi Ishikawa tries explaining the misunderstanding, but she already bolted into the distance. Once the drama settles, he informs the twins of a high-priority assignment in Errol. News of another departure leaves both sisters completely stunned. After the Shoutbear King crisis, they refuse to get left behind again. Rolling out, Mara and Moa pilot their custom magic armor down the open road. With his level spiked, Ryoichi Ishikawa feels his physical stats scale massively. A concealed presence stalking them from the bushes catches his attention. Coco Youth Gabertius steps from the shadows, unable to evade his divine footwork. Her hand rests on her blade hilt as she stands firm. Thick tension hangs in the forest as both warriors lock eyes. Apologizing for tailing him, she admits an obsession with his gear and raw physical ability. Beast folk swordsmen like her, she explains, face constant fear and avoidance. Ryoichi Ishikawa brushes that off, praising powerful lone wolves as peak aesthetic. Coco Youth Gabertius laughs at his charming gentleman energy. Right then, she joins the party to witness his true capabilities. Dashing ahead, Ryoichi Ishikawa and Coco Youth Gabertius sprint at high speed. In disbelief, Coco Youth Gabertius watches a human match her natural speed. Ryoichi Ishikawa pushes the tempo, daring her to match the pace. Even at maximum throttle, the magic armor gets left behind in their dust. At a misty waterfall, both runners finally pause to catch their breath. Grinning Coco Youth Gabertius admits swordsman pride drove her dash. A colossal monster cuts their rest short, lunging straight for the carriage. Without hesitation, Coco Youth Gabertius draws steel to shield the kids. Executing a Kuran Ryu school strike, she slashes the creature to ribbons instantly. The winged beast gets cleanly severed before landing a single counter. Mara and Moa watch in sheer admiration of their new ally. Playing it modest, Ryoichi Ishikawa credits only sturdy bulk and absurd healing. He likens his regeneration to a lizard man's passive recovery. With a fierce gleam, Coco Youth Gabertius demands a future spar. Both young sisters notice how quickly the two warriors bonded. Under clear starlight, the entire squad pitches camp. At dawn, Ryoichi Ishikawa is already sizzling fresh breakfast for the camp. This appetizing feast promises to restore everyone's HP to full. Before long, the carriage rolls at a steady pace toward Errol. They discuss the mission targeting a legendary dragon that once terrorized the realm. That ancient beast left behind lethal offspring that must now be hunted down. Dread surfaces as Coco Youth Gabertius recalls her father's early warnings. The twins ask about her home in the eastern islands across the sea. Her tale depicts a lush beast folk paradise blessed with rich scenery. Across the open plains, the horses surge ahead at steady speed. Studying his omnipotent map, Ryoichi Ishikawa plots their route. He confesses that his faraway home is lost to him forever. Yet standing beside this found family, he feels no regret. High above, a massive shadow cleaves through the cloud cover. Down below, the carriage rolls on, blind to the menace looming overhead. Tucking its wings, the dragon dives directly toward the group. A piercing screech echoes, throwing everyone inside into sheer panic. Clad in terrifying armor plates, the winged beast looms colossal. The beast swoops down, blocking the carriage with a violent crash. Scanning the stats, Ryoichi Ishikawa spots a level 9-8 boss with absurd HP. A lethal red glow ignites deep inside the dragon's maw. Ryoichi Ishikawa barks for the crew to take cover behind him. Deploying God-class clone jutsu, he creates a decoy. An ice shield and a layered barrier go up to withstand the blow. Dragon breath slams down with the fury of an atomic blast. Vast waves of dark smoke and fire consume the entire clearing. The party survives unharmed, yet all barriers and clones disintegrate. Taking the full heat, Ryoichi Ishikawa suffers severe burns on both arms. Fleeing is impossible here, they must slay it or perish. With overwhelming stats and air superiority, the dragon dominates the field. Coco Youth Gebertius asks if he can inspect the beast's true power. Praising her stats, he discovers Coco Youth Gebertius is a master warrior. She notes the Drake is merely a juvenile. Her attack power spikes before Ryoichi Ishikawa as she focuses her mind. The dragon circles back for another lethal dive. Coco Youth Gebertius asks Ryoichi Ishikawa to buy 5 seconds for her art. A terrifying roar echoes from the apex monster. Coco Youth Gebertius begs Ryoichi Ishikawa to hold the line. Ryoichi Ishikawa braces against the colossal talons. With masterclass skill, he parries the devastating blow. Yet fortune turns bitter as the beast snatches him up. He climbs into the sky, clutching Ryoichi Ishikawa like helpless prey. Coco Youth Gebertius charges her strike. During this deep focus, her defense stat drops completely to 0. The dragon dives straight at her. Ryoichi Ishikawa casts God-class clone jutsu as bait. Standard physical blows and elemental spells fail to scratch its scales. As a last resort, he unleashes the forbidden abyss darkness. I stake my life, he bellows. Abyss darkness erupts, hurling the beast back. Though falling and bleeding, Ryoichi Ishikawa rejoices at the diversion. Coco Youth Gebertius honors his sacrifice with pure trust. Calling him a true warrior, her aura flares bright. Her focus turns lethal. She prepares her lethal secret sword art. Lotus Blossom Flash. The slash connects, and the dragon roars in agony. Ryoichi Ishikawa crashes into bushes as the monster flees. The carriage crew finally catches a breath. Looking up, the party realizes the beast is gone. Coco Youth Gebertius is spent, yet glad it fled. A warning follows that young Drake will return. She searches the brush for Ryoichi Ishikawa. Flat in dirt, Ryoichi Ishikawa groans, "I am not okay." He notes the brutal toll of using abyss darkness. Though he is drained, Coco Youth Gebertius rejoices he lives. Grateful villagers praise the pair for saving their lives. The two warriors exchange a nod. Mara and Moa rush over, sobbing openly. Ryoichi Ishikawa solely focuses on keeping everyone alive. The party sets off toward Errol. Until now, nobody had ever thanked Coco Youth Gebertius for her sword skills. At last, the gates of Errol appear. News of the dragon throws the gate guards into panic. The Lord's mansion exudes grandeur. Karoth inspects the village chief's letter. Dragon reports send Baron Errol into shock. He demands real proof. His item box is accessed. A giant dragon scale drops onto the table. Karath authenticates it, matching dragon scales from 2 decades ago. Back then, scouts had only uncovered eggshells. Baron Errol buys the scales as proof for the army. A formal plea for reinforcements heads to the capital. Karath urges the weary group to rest after the trial. Coco youth Gebertius remains on edge as he unwinds. Departure delays keep the home village under direct threat for days. Fortunately, wounded dragons nest to heal. Moa spots a red apple in the busy market. Ryoichi Ishikawa crafts candied apples for the girls. Girls celebrate over the delicious treats. A quiet rest by the window follows. They wrap the candied treats for a stroll. Errol offers scenic views. A prosperous city stretches outward. Discovering a giant temple, they learn 3 divine blessings are needed to establish a nation. Recognized priests chosen by the gods must conduct the rite. Pondering holy priests, Ryoichi Ishikawa spots a child lies unconscious. Desperately, small hands grab his arm. A hooded stranger snatches Moa's candied apple. The little thief swiftly devours the apple. Moa weeps after losing her sweet treat. Ryoichi Ishikawa offers sister donuts to cheer her up. Moa cheers up, but glowing eyes fixate on the food. Snatching the entire box, the thief gorges greedily. Ryoichi Ishikawa fumes as the child makes Moa cry. Looking up, she snaps, "I am not a child." Malo introduces herself as a 24-year-old priest. Her true age stuns Ryoichi Ishikawa and the crew. An elf living 5 centuries, she remains in a youthful growth phase. Ryoichi Ishikawa watches the tiny elf scarf down food. Declaring undisciplined brats require scolding, he drags her toward authorities. Claiming divine status as a holy priest, she fails to persuade Ryoichi Ishikawa. Moa weeps over her lost treat, finally making the elf realize she swiped a precious sweet. Starving and desperate, Malo thought the sweet fruit was a sacred blessing. A crashing torrent of water smacks her head as divine retribution. Coco youth Gebertius and Ryoichi Ishikawa stare in disbelief at the divine spectacle. Flat on the ground, Malo begs desperately for forgiveness. Pure-hearted Moa smiles and offers to make peace. Shaking hands, Malo detects incredible hidden potential in Moa. Malo invites the group to the temple to receive a divine blessing. Patience pays off after a massive queue, bringing them to the priest. The priest's tap leaves Ryoichi Ishikawa's stats unchanged. The priest bestows the blessing on the girls. Radiant light envelops them as a tremendous surge of mana awakens. Seeing everyone receive buffs except him shocks Ryoichi. Both Moa and Mara radiate power, their entire builds fully upgraded. Overjoyed, Moa celebrates after failing to cast spells despite tireless effort. Observing Ryoichi Ishikawa, Malo realizes his stats are already fully maxed out. A supreme divine blessing radiates from him, far outmatching anything this priest can grant. At last, Ryoichi Ishikawa understands why he mastered every magic element from day one. Leaving the temple, Malo declares herself part of the crew. She vows to repay her food debt by escorting them to their next territory. Ryoichi Ishikawa warns that their path leads into a dragon's lair. Far from terrified, Malo eagerly anticipates using her healing magic. Afterward, Malo devours enough food to bankrupt an entire kingdom. Mara requests magic training as Moa brings over a book. Noticing a first edition of Dorad's adventure, Malo screams in joy. This rare chronicle is a legendary relic from her homeland. Watching them bond, Ryoichi Ishikawa is glad for their party harmony. Deep into the night, knocks hit Ryoichi Ishikawa's door. Malo arrives unannounced, catching Ryoichi Ishikawa off guard. Attempting a playful nighttime intrusion, she finds herself instantly shoved out into the hallway. Brushing it off as a joke, she leans close to his face. She confides that an enigmatic, overwhelming aura surrounds him. Her instincts insist that his true past defies the logic of this entire world. Retreating for the night, she promises to return and pester him again soon. Ryoichi Ishikawa keeps his otherworld origins hidden to avoid disruption. Come morning, the party mobilizes to investigate the looming dragon threat. Unveiling his custom magic armor vehicle, he presents a high-tech two-seater. Equipped with a custom sidecar, the craft rockets ahead as Malo screams. Coco Youth Gebertius seeks combat, yet Malo struggles not to fall out. Rugged mountain paths soon force them to leave the craft behind. Moa's boundless hiking energy impresses Ryoichi Ishikawa. Steam rising from a nearby pond catches Moa's eye. This natural hot spring offers the ideal haven to restore stamina. Soaking in the thermal water, Ryoichi Ishikawa listens to the girls chatting. Refreshed from the bath, the whole party prepares for the final trek. Malo drinks cold milk as Coco Youth Gebertius rests. At last, they reach the outskirts of E's village. Instead of a cheerful welcome, thick black smoke billows into the sky. Horror strikes Ryoichi Ishikawa as his beloved second home burns in flames. The settlement resembles a graveyard as desperate cries echo for villagers missing after the raid. Rage consumes Ryoichi Ishikawa, having underestimated the utter destruction. Blood stains the earth everywhere, but with no corpses in sight, hope remains that the villagers mounted an orderly tactical retreat. Wasting no time, Malo channels tracking magic onto the spattered bloodstains to discover northwest tracks lead straight to the shrine of the giant soldiers. Reaching the entrance, Ryoichi Ishikawa meets Seikis and Traz, overjoyed to see him safe and alive. A deep chest wound had already weakened the dragon, giving defenders their only chance to drive it off. Though most of the squad is safe, casualties mount and many fighters cling to life. Inside the shrine, a makeshift infirmary shelters the survivors huddled together. Marie is safe, yet Vass lies comatose, wrapped like a mummy in thick bandages. Distraught, Marie explains how fast shielded the group, taking a point-blank dragon breath head-on. To save his friend, Ryoichi Ishikawa repeatedly casts heal water. Yet basic magic fails against dragon burns, proving as futile as tossing a cup of water at a wildfire. The entire hall is packed with people crushed by the dragon's onslaught. Refusing to let him die, Ryoichi Ishikawa exhausts his mana in relentless casting. Even the children weep as the healing spells fail to take hold. Stepping forward, Mallow reminds him that true magic grants heartfelt wishes. She begins channeling a vast spell that illuminates the entire chamber. Pure restorative light bathes every injured survivor simultaneously. Fast feels all pain evaporate as the light washes over him. Miraculously, his charred flesh knits back together at breathtaking speed. Back on his feet, he leads the squad to praise Ryoichi Ishikawa for such mighty allies. Every person across the shrine receives complete restoration. From chronic pain to shattered bones, Mallow cleanses every ailment in a single cast. Drained by the massive exertion, Mallow collapses face first to the floor. Alarmed, Ryoichi Ishikawa realizes she only suffers from ravenous hunger. Envious of Ryoichi Ishikawa's magic, she sought to flaunt her skill and now craves sugar to recover. Producing confections, Ryoichi Ishikawa watches her devour them with ravenous fervor. Renowned fighters like Master Gio return to action, feeling far stronger than before. Chief Coleus arrives to introduce the stalwart warrior who anchored the defense during the raid. Though Ryoichi Ishikawa regrets not bringing the letter sooner, Chief Coleus praises his delivery. Prompted by that dispatch, Baron Errol sent a trump card to ensure 0 casualties. An unassuming retainer named Mesekis single-handedly drove off the dragon. Shaking hands, Ryoichi Ishikawa never realizes he meets a living titan. Whispers spread as the squad recognizes Mesekis the Solid, a legendary A-rank adventurer. Famed for slaying chimeras alone, his hardened body remains tough as steel. It defies belief that this gentle elder is an unstoppable titan. Prowling nearby, the wounded dragon will almost certainly return to finish its slaughter. Driven by fierce hatred for humanity, the beast will never stop until everyone is exterminated. With the shrine too cramped for 500 refugees, Ryoichi Ishikawa proposes relocating. He leads them to a massive high-tech door stamped with a triangular emblem. Beyond lies a hidden underground bunker built by the Triangular Magical Machinery Company. Locals dismiss ancient technology as worthless junk, but Ryoichi Ishikawa sees the ideal stronghold. Through pitch-black darkness, the group reaches the central hub. Flipping the switch, Ryoichi Ishikawa restores power across the high-tech installation. Vast halls offer more than enough space to shelter the entire village. Fixing the generator, Ryoichi Ishikawa proves his masterclass engineering prowess. An AI interface flashes on screen, scolding him for ignoring her messages for 2 million seconds. She grants Ryoichi Ishikawa administrator privileges to manage the shelter. Mallow grows visibly prickly and competitive toward this new female presence. Surprisingly, the advanced artificial intelligence lacks a personal name. Young Moa steps up and names her Maiken, which the system gladly accepts. The guildmaster reels at the massive territory Ryoichi Ishikawa just claimed. Far more than a mere receptionist, Maiken controls the complete security grid. She warns that anyone attempting to deceive or harm her master faces immediate termination. Without proper clearance, the defense golems will ruthlessly execute any intruder. Ryoichi stocks provisions using his item box and multiplication box. Feeding the incoming refugees drains stockpiles, but preparation is vital. A golem perimeter secures the outer shrine grounds against stray monsters. Ancient technology impresses Masekis, yet the looming dragon remains the real lethal threat. Gearing up for the dragon raid, the veteran adventurer offers Ryoichi a sparring duel. Polishing axe technique before the army arrives suits Ryoichi perfectly. Unsheathing a colossal mechanized war spear, Masekis playfully asks his opponent to go easy on him. Stepping forward, Ryoichi faces an elder armed with lethal legendary gear. That heavy harpoon is no mere weapon, but a high-tier relic from Triangular Magic Machine Company. Ryoichi recognizes that corporate crest instantly. Masekis admits this chimera lance carries a dark curse that killed every past owner. A single slip with such a perilous weapon triggers instant destruction. Even the veteran warrior has not fully tamed it. Coco burns to test her blade against a legend. Her attack gets parried effortlessly by Masaka-san. Blinding combat reflexes defy the sheer weight of his lance. Superior spear reach completely neutralizes Coco's sword techniques. Charging forward with his axe, Ryoichi gets shut down instantly. Masaka-san slams him down, rebuking his unpolished technique. The veteran detects immense latent power inside Ryoichi, demanding to see the weapon's full might. Coco readies lethal Kuron Ryu School's secret arts. Masaka-san halts the bout, reminding them, this spar prepares for the dragon. Across the hall, Mara drills the young novices in combat survival. Omoe cares more about flashy poses than conserving her mana flow. The girls want to help Ryoichi, but Mara warns simple magic cannot harm dragons. Mara advises physical enhancement training to survive the chaos. Such magic turns a fragile spellcaster into a living tank. Omoa innocently asks if buffing her bust would please Ryoichi, earning an instant rebuke from Mara. Outside the sanctuary dome, a massive gathering forms. Mounted on horseback, Sir Julius arrives. He leads an army of 230 soldiers. The general summons Ryoichi and Masaka-san for a briefing. Flashing a wink, Koko tells Ryoichi to lead with confidence. Imposing and stern, General Gustav demands a full scouting report. Ryoichi clarifies that the young dragon remains below level 100. Such keen god class appraisal impresses the general. Gustav offers Ryoichi rank within the Royal Knight Order. Masaka-san views this royal post as an extraordinary honor. Remaining modest, Ryoichi admits his combat prowess requires polish. Gustav respects a youth unblinded by ambition. Stepping outside, they face the Grand Army. Ranks of hungry fighters thirst for glory. Gustav rallies the vanguard to slay the wounded dragon. Top combatants are promised the title of Honorary Knight. A thunderous cheer roars out. Even aged Masaka-san feels the battle thrill. Standing among veteran elites leaves Ryoichi feeling humbled. Night blankets the sanctuary. Returning, Ryoichi finds Mara asleep, yet Moa waited up to greet him. Koko youth Gaberius notes the kid waited non-stop. Humbled, Ryoichi Ishikawa admits he felt like dead weight. Peace settles in as their days revolve around simmering stew. Everyone pitches in to keep spirits high. Mara uncovers a rare tome on non-elemental magic for her studies. Heavy rain pours for days as the guardian golems stand watch. Moa rushes to Ryoichi Ishikawa, begging to help with chores. He directs her to fetch bread from the back shelves. She yearns to prove useful. Smiling, she carries the heavy bags of bread. Watching her work lifts Ryoichi Ishikawa. A violent earthquake erupts, shaking the entire complex to its core. Facility alarms trigger a level 5 emergency. Rocks rain from the ceiling as Ryoichi Ishikawa screams for Moa. Turning back, he finds the storage area crushed under rubble. Ryoichi Ishikawa freezes. Dropping to his knees, he prays for Moa. Desperately, he digs through the heavy rubble. A blood-chilling roar echoes through the halls. Inside, Ryoichi Ishikawa realizes the army lost the beast. A monstrous reptilian eye glares through cracks in the ceiling. The dragon locks onto its final target. The great dragon glares down at Ryoichi Ishikawa with cold-slit eyes. Koko youth Gabertius leaps into battle as the beast roars deafeningly. Deep in the caverns, the commanders panic after their quarry breaks free. General Misakis berates his troops for letting the raid collapse. Baron Errol's garrison and the Duke's troops trade blame and drawn spears instead of fighting. Julius draws steel to halt the chaotic infighting before blood is spilled. Silence, he barks, putting the squabbling men in line. The general realizes their combined force collapse due to terrible coordination. Now the dragon flies toward the shrine of the giant soldiers to unleash havoc. It crashes through the ruins right over Ryoichi Ishikawa. Shell-shocked, Ryoichi Ishikawa claws through the rubble for Moa. Coco Youth Gabertius dives to tackle him as the ceiling caves in. Get out now, she screams, but Ryoichi Ishikawa refuses to leave Moa behind. The ruin becomes a death trap as the colossal dragon looms directly over them. Covered in blood and dust, Ryoichi Ishikawa nears his breaking point. Stepping forward, he marches toward the monster with deadly intent. Staring down the beast, he declares, "I am not planning to die." With cold bloodlust, he adds, "I came here to kill." Instantly, he invokes God-class clone jutsu. Clones of Ryoichi Ishikawa swarm the dragon's head from every angle. A storm of synchronized strikes carves deep wounds into its skull. Coco Youth Gabertius watches in awe as the monster takes damage. Readouts reveal the level 9-8 Great Dragon has dropped to 6000 HP. Scaling its spine, Ryoichi Ishikawa drives his blade deep. "We take it down ourselves," he roars, showering the scales in black blood. "I'm with you," Coco Youth Gabertius yells, joining the rush. Moving in flawless synergy, they carve deep through the dragon's hide. Mara watches from the sidelines, wondering if both warriors have lost their sanity. She pulls Mara free, yet both know Moa remains trapped under the rubble. Pure fury blinds Ryoichi Ishikawa, mirroring his late father before death. Finding Moa is urgent lest Ryoichi Ishikawa and Coco Youth Gabertius perish. The dragon swipes a heavy claw, yet Coco Youth Gabertius dodges clear. Exhausted, Ryoichi Ishikawa leans upon his blade just to stay upright. Checking the stats, he sees the dragon's life bar no longer budges at all. Its wounds close rapidly, forcing him to gasp at the boss's insane HP regen. "High time," Coco Youth Gabertius yells, preparing her secret technique. Ryoichi Ishikawa sends his clones to draw all the aggro. Sweeping its heavy tail, the dragon pops his clones in an instant. "I cannot summon any more," Ryoichi Ishikawa yells, his mana bottomed out. With bone-shattering force, the beast slams him into stone. Coughing up blood, Ryoichi Ishikawa prays to endure just seconds longer. Coco Youth Gabertius pools energy, though. It drains her own life force. "I will make the current flower bloom madly," she vows with glowing eyes. Kuran Ryu School's secret art. "Lotus Blossom Flash," she screams, unleashing a lethal storm of slashes. In one slash, she cleanly severs both of the dragon's massive arms. Targeting the neck, she misses the dragon's tail, sweeping in hard. Crushing force hurls Coco Youth Gabertius into the debris. Coco Youth Gabertius Ryoichi Ishikawa yells in shock. Flames churn as the dragon charges red-hot breath to finish them off. Desperate, Ryoichi Ishikawa scans the dirt for any weapon to stop it. A familiar weapon stands lodged in the dirt. "I will borrow this, Misekis," he yells, grabbing the cursed spear for a final stand. The dragon roars deafeningly as Ryoichi Ishikawa dives to the deck. Without hesitation, he lunges forward to drive the spear right into the skull. Yet the strike deals no damage, and massive knockback hurls rubble buries Ryoichi Ishikawa as the monster prowls for his head. He glares down, poised to finish the kill. Ryoichi Ishikawa smirks, for the crushed body was just a clone. Thanking the beast for the opening, he readies the true spear as the dragon stays pinned. With its arms severed, he readies the trigger to unleash the weapon's true power. Across the HUD, the AI girl Maiken screams for him to stop. Built far beyond human limits, its fierce recoil will outright delete his life bar. Maiken urges him to let a clone take the recoil. Out of mana, Ryoichi Ishikawa cannot summon another clone. The AI begs him to retreat, declaring his survival top priority. Glued to the live feed, anxious villagers sweat bullets for their champion. Men prepare to throw away their lives just to give him a chance. Even the elders step forward, insisting the village hero must not be the one to die. Fists hammer against the door, desperate to reach the surface and help. Hearing them, Ryoichi Ishikawa steals his resolve. As their master, he issues a final order to stay behind the door at all costs. Ignoring all danger, Mara charges directly onto the open battlefield. Clinging to him, she knows full well that firing the spear is pure suicide. Walls collapse in ruins as Ryoichi Ishikawa screams for her to flee before both die. Mara stands her ground, vowing to protect her big brother. Casting physical enhancement magic, she turns her body into a diamond-hard shield. Ryoichi Ishikawa fears losing her. Mara insists Moa survive with that same defensive barrier. Pleading for his trust, Mara vows they can win and Ryoichi Ishikawa locks in, knowing this is their only shot at victory. Dragon lunges with all its fury. Together they pull the trigger, unleashing a massive blast that shakes the whole zone. Miseki's spear detonates inside the dragon's skull, turning the monster into a fireworks show. The elf healer Malo screams for Ryoichi Ishikawa and Mara as the dragon collapses. Surviving the blast unscathed, Miseki boasts that both he and Mara mastered the hardened technique. Mara expended her last mana to shield Ryoichi Ishikawa, unable to block the heavy. Disbelief strikes Ryoichi Ishikawa when he realizes the spear stayed lodged, and Miseki clarifies that the Chimera lance is brutally heavy, so he forced the dragon to carry it throughout the entire pursuit. Cold sweat grips Ryoichi Ishikawa upon realizing he nearly blew himself up with that risky weapon. With a grin, Miseki jokes about letting Ryoichi Ishikawa die to steal all the glory for himself. A firm handshake seals Miseki's praise for Ryoichi Ishikawa's fearless A-rank grit. Even knocked unconscious by the blast, Mara clings tightly to him like a protective shield. Malo arrives carrying Moa on her back, grumbling about how heavy the kid feels. Trapped in hardened defense throughout her sleep, Moa remains as dense as a stone statue. Embracing both girls, Ryoichi Ishikawa exhales in relief as Gio confirms they will wake soon. Promptly after treatment, Malo demands a giant parfait as payment for her top-tier healing. Gio and the crew rush to the scene, fearing Ryoichi Ishikawa perished in the blast. Admitting his past prejudice, Gio praises Coco Youth Gebertius for standing as a true hero. The shrine's AI confirms 0 dragon vitals and unseals the main gates. Catastrophic damage leaves the shrine half-ruined, yet the subterranean vaults survived intact because the golems absorbed the... All villagers are accounted for and safe, securing a total victory. Ryoichi Ishikawa regrets the ruined golems, but the AI ensures repairs once core components recover. Rebuilding the ancient facility demands heavy labor after years of structural decay. Holding authority as Master Ryoichi Ishikawa vows to reconstruct it with clones and advanced tech. The facility's AI eagerly looks forward to witnessing that grand ambition. Geo roars that the Carpenter Guild stands ready to back him in rebuilding. Celebrations erupt across the hall, for slaying a dragon demands celebratory drinks. Dawn breaks across the ruined tower, signaling an end to the nightmare. At last, the twin sisters open their eyes. They awaken crying out, traumatized by the falling stones and the dragon's assault. Ryoichi Ishikawa smiles warmly at them as Malo devours her earned parfait nearby. Blushing at the embrace, Mara turns shy, leaving Malo puzzled by her reaction toward a brother. Revelation strikes that Ryoichi Ishikawa and Mara are adopted siblings lacking blood relation, throwing Malo into complete shock. Coco Youth Gebertius enters fully recovered without any trace of her severe wounds. She thanks Ryoichi Ishikawa for saving her life as elite visitors reach the shrine. Outside, a squad of heavy armored knights stands in rigid formation. General Gustal stands at their head, bearing a solemn expression. Bowing deeply, he apologizes for the command lapse that allowed the dragon to escape. For bravery, Ryoichi Ishikawa and Coco Youth Gebertius receive knighthood. To seal the honor, they are invited to the royal capital, Claval. Studying the map of the island's grandest city, the kids prepare for their next journey. Coco Youth Gebertius must report to her father, but Moa refuses to let her travel alone. Resolving on a new quest, Ryoichi Ishikawa vows to visit everyone's hometown across the realm. Venturing into the light, they prepare to see how vast this world is. Next stop, the royal capital. Departing the settlement, Ryoichi Ishikawa begins his new journey toward the royal capital. Lingering guilt tugs at him for departing, but the artisans assure Ryoichi Ishikawa the rebuild is covered. The Carpenter Guild gathers to give Ryoichi Ishikawa a huge send-off. Even the gruffest villagers choke back tears, urging him to visit whenever he wants. Equipped for departure, the squad resembles an elite raid party. Moa frets over leaving the AI girl behind until Ryoichi Ishikawa presents his wrist gadget. He opens the unit, prompting the miniature AI girl to offer direct assistance. Restoring the Shrine of the Giant Soldiers, Ryoichi Ishikawa installed her operating system into an ancient unit. The device acts as a smartphone equipped with GPS and a camera. He crafted duplicates for the entire party to maintain real-time links on missions. Mara attempts to order the AI girl around like a servant, but the system restricts her access and rejects her for lacking family clearance. Her temper flares after the gadget roasts her, amusing the rest of the crew. A luxurious noble carriage arrives, easily outclassing their old wagon. Julius and his knights arrive to personally escort the group as VIPs. Armored knights flank the carriage as the escort speeds down the roadway. Plush interior seating makes the young girls feel like royalty. Julius announces that Ryoichi Ishikawa is under consideration for an honorary knight title. Sweat pours off Ryoichi Ishikawa at the idea of rising through nobility. Julius notes General Gustav already admires him and wants him as a direct subordinate. Heavy expectations weigh on Ryoichi Ishikawa as an elite recruit. The party arrives at General Gustav's encampment to rest for the night. Inside the command tent, General Gustav reviews war reports. Entering the tent with the girls, Ryoichi Ishikawa braces for a scolding from the imposing general. Mara and Moa introduce themselves timidly, dreading the fierce officer's wrath. General Gustav softens at once, praising the two girls as adorable. Turning serious, he reveals a critical food shortage following the dragon fight. Foraging parties failed because skeletons and slimes cannot feed his army. In a gamer move, Ryoichi Ishikawa suggests eating the dragon carcass. He pulls the titanic monster from his item box, stunning everyone present. The AI girl runs a scan, verifying the meat is non-toxic and protein-rich. With knife in hand, Ryoichi Ishikawa preps the monster meat. He fries garlic, soy, marinated dragon tatsuda aged fit for a 5-star culinary feast. One bite sends a surge of physical power coursing through General Gustav. Even the head chef marvels at the ancient wisdom behind the recipe. Girls devour the fried dragon cutlets, praising them as the finest meal they have ever tasted. Julius pitches 2 tents for the group as darkness descends. Omoa snuggles into Coco Youth Gebertius, using her as a soft pillow. A second tent houses Ryoichi Ishikawa and Mara alone. Quiet falls over the camp as everyone sleeps. Trying to sleep, Ryoichi Ishikawa discovers Mara has slipped into his bedding. Mara laughs it off, insisting her goddess sees no harm because she is still a child. Scolding her childish antics, Ryoichi Ishikawa wounds her elf pride since she is technically older. Before the tension builds, the sisters barge inside, demanding a bedtime storybook. Seeing them on the bedding, Moa mistakes the scene for a pony ride.
Mara joins the scramble, thoroughly dogpiling Ryoichi Ishikawa on the bed.
Coco Youth Gebertius looms in the tent entrance with an ominous, dark aura. Hearing the shrieks inside, the guards outside shrug it off as a lover's quarrel. Dawn breaks as the carriage rolls forward on its royal journey. They advance across the open plains. Ahead, the grand royal castle of Krivel rises into view. Monumental city ramparts leave even veteran travelers in awe. Julius notes the ceremony is tomorrow, urging them to prepare formal attire. The team steps into the bustling streets. Their first stop is a luxury tailor shop. Finally wearing cute dresses fills the girls with pure joy. Stepping out, Mara and Moa dress like true royalty. Mara joins in, displaying her fancy new ruffles. Ryoichi Ishikawa gives them a perfect 10, leaving them glowing with pride. Coco Youth Gebertius keeps her regular gear since her dress needs alterations. Julius lets them explore the capital for the remainder of the day. Strolling the streets, Ryoichi Ishikawa and Mara marvel at its size. Mara points toward a massive temple perched atop a hill. The stunning structure stands as a monument to the wind. Inside lies the shrine of Sylphina, goddess of the wind. Mara cannot receive this blessing because she serves another god as priestess. Ryoichi Ishikawa steps up, absorbing a surge of holy energy. Both sisters feel disappointed after divine favor passes them by. From the shadows, a voice calls out to Ryoichi Ishikawa. He senses Ryoichi Ishikawa's new blessing at once. The enigmatic apostle stands sharp and refined. Mara panics the moment she recognizes Michaelius, the first apostle. Michaelius assures Ryoichi Ishikawa that this holy reunion is pure fate. Hearing this, Ryoichi Ishikawa realizes divine blessings are rare due to feuding gods. The apostle asks how Ryoichi Ishikawa adapts to his new life, mocking divine rivalries. Mara and Moa chime in, boasting that every day with their big brother is pure joy. Michaelius smiles warmly at their happy cheer. He senses Coco Youth Gebertius's blade aura and the elf's water blessing. Terrified by his presence, Coco Youth Gebertius and the elf bow deeply. Michaelius advises the group to visit temples across the realm for more blessings. Gaining true power, he warns, requires enduring harsh trials from the gods. Without leaving a trace behind, the apostle vanishes directly into thin air. The elf scolds Ryoichi Ishikawa for speaking so casually to a divine entity. Coco Youth Gebertius confesses the holy aura felt far worse than fighting the dragon. Humbled by their insignificance, the companions commit to a temple pilgrimage. At the investiture ceremony, the entire party arrives in magnificent formal attire. Ryoichi Ishikawa admits he cannot match how adorable the sisters are in their new gowns. The elf acts high and mighty, striving to project absolute elegance. Dressed in elegant black, she hopes nobody mistakes her for a child anymore. Coco Youth Gebertius emerges in a white dress, radiating stunning elegance. Together, the group heads toward the palace grounds. Stunned by her gown, Ryoichi Ishikawa blushes uncontrollably. Jealous of their locked gaze, Mara stretches Ryoichi Ishikawa's cheeks. A royal knight arrives in a carriage to escort the heroes to the castle. They step into a magnificent palace built with staggering royal wealth. Nobles pack the great hall, eager to witness the dragon slayers. Trumpets blare across the room as the Duke enters to commence the celebration. Taking his throne, the Duke commands the dragon's carcass brought forward. A massive carcass is wheeled inside, imposing and terrifying even in death. Assembled nobles erupt in awe at the sheer sight of the monster. Thunderous applause echoes across the grand hall. The Duke commends General Gustav and his forces for their fierce valor in combat. Gustav steps up to receive the Honored Dragon Slayer medal. The Duke summons the brave pair who risked everything to bring the warning. Honorary knight titles go to Ryoichi Ishikawa and Coco Youth Gebertius. Bowing low, the pair humbly accepts their massive new rank. Such a swift conclusion catches Ryoichi Ishikawa by surprise. Moving into a private room, they unwind alongside Baron Errol and Masekis. Baron Errol cautions that the title holds local weight only, meaning they carry no sway in the capital yet. Bitterly, he vents about how capital nobles wield far too much power these days. Even top elites must endure tedious politics, as Ryoichi Ishikawa realizes. To bolster regional influence, Baron Errol aims to recruit strong local talent. Masekis reveals an earlier plan to hire them as retainers, catching the duo off guard. Yet he frankly considers scheming noble life a complete drag for both of them. Exploring the wider world in their youth beats rotting behind castle walls, he advises. Returning to their room, the companions find both sisters already waiting. Formal ceremony demands completely drain Coco Youth Gebertius of energy. Noah begs Ryoichi Ishikawa to bring out the card games he always talks about. Producing a deck of playing cards, he thrills Moa for an immediate match. Mara even experiments with them for basic fortune-telling. Ryoichi Ishikawa builds a card tower as the girls wonder. Worry troubles Mara that noble children will avoid commoners like them. Acting as mentor, Mara guides the group into a full card session. The door slowly creaks open, revealing a tiny crown as a mysterious young noble girl admits she curiously followed the lively sound of their voices down the hallway. Without hesitation, Moa pulls the newcomer right into their circle. Introducing herself as Kirika, she asks what kind of game they are playing. Over cards, Ryoichi Ishikawa explains Old Maid and brands the Joker a demon card. With a mischievous grin, Kirika suggests adding a punishment game for the loser. Kirika boldly raises the stakes for this high-penalty match. Sweating bullets at the mention of stripping, Ryoichi Ishikawa quickly counters with a swimsuit penalty instead. From his item box, he pulls modern swimwear to show off advanced Earth fashion. Kirika's eyes light up, regarding the stretchy fabric as sheer magic. Accepting the wager, Ryoichi Ishikawa dares her to beat him at Old Maid. With the squad growing hungry, Moa demands sweet donuts to recharge her energy. Craving ring pastries, Moa rallies the rest of the group to raid their snack stash. Sweets on the line mean the girls cannot afford a single loss. No donuts for anyone if Ryoichi Ishikawa secures the win. Girls shift into total competitive focus. Kirika coaches Moa on which card she should draw. She whispers optimal tactics straight into Moa's ear to guarantee victory. This young prodigy is clearly outplaying Ryoichi Ishikawa. Mara discards a matching pair with an intensely smug grin. As Mara reaches her last card, Ryoichi Ishikawa feels secure. He draws the Joker and tilts completely. Mara flexes that the match is all about mind games. Girls seize the win and celebrate their big triumph. Revealing she never held the Joker, Kirika makes Ryoichi Ishikawa surrender the donuts. He gives her the swimsuit too, having planned to gift it away regardless. Kirika enjoys the donut so much it vanishes in seconds. Down to eating crumbs, the visitor sees Mara offer to share her own portion. Kirika plans to have her maid tailor the new gear for later wear. The maid rushes in, shocked to discover her young lady lounging here. With the Duke worried about his daughter, it is time to head to the banquet. Sumptuous feasts and high-born chatter fill the lively banquet. The Duke arrives to thank Ryoichi Ishikawa for guarding his child. Panic grips Ryoichi Ishikawa upon realizing the girl is the Duke's daughter. Loneliness clouds Kirika as her father walks away. She tells Ryoichi Ishikawa to drop formalities and call her Kirika. Dropping honorifics in return, she seals their genuine friendship. The entire party warmly approves. Their next stop is the coastal port, Ryoichi Ishikawa explains. Though he frets over her lack of an escort, Kirika summons Irina. This unassuming maid serves as an elite bodyguard for her defense. The older girls collapse in exhaustion from endless mingling and feasting. Dawn brings an elegant carriage ride through the capital. They stop to admire a colossal windmill, a renowned capital landmark. Kirika notes wind blessings as Ryoichi Ishikawa feels the soft breeze. Wind spirits dwell near Lake Mottons, she explains. Eager children want to see them, yet Kirika warns of the fierce combat danger. Mara's immediate impulse is to challenge one in combat to test her power. Continuing their tour, the companions visit a local fortune teller. Matching decorative ribbons seal the joyful bond among the girls. Ryoichi Ishikawa finds a shop full of rare magic lore. He discovers a rare tome from the Triangle Magic Company. This ancient civilization relic demands a steep price of 7 gold coins. Later, Ryoichi Ishikawa reveals he can read the ancient script. Moa shows her own magic tool to Kirika. A holographic AI emerges from the device to greet them. Kirika marvels at long-distance voice communication. Mistaking the AI for Irina, Kirika is corrected by its sensors. Gathering around the map, they plot their next trip. Irina halts the planning since Kirika has classes tomorrow. Bound by her father's strict rules, Kirika promises a proper send-off. 2 days pass swiftly, bringing their day of departure. Ryoichi Ishikawa pities the rigid confinement of noble life. Kirika brings a parting gift, longing to join their journey. Tears fill Moa's eyes during their fond farewell. She offers Kirika her communication device to preserve their bond. Ryoichi Ishikawa cloned another device to secure their lasting friendship. Unwrapping his gift, Ryoichi Ishikawa finds a swimsuit tailored from his shirt. Irina urges strict vigilance at the harbor amid mounting coastal danger. Pirates have preyed upon regional shipping for over a month. The Black Pirate Group stands as the feared scourge of the waters. Pirate Barbarossa leads them as a formidable, battle-hardened boss. Ryoichi Ishikawa and his crew reach the coast to find heavy tension. The party splits to file harbor permits as the children rest by the shore. Grim news strikes fast. Standard ferries are grounded by pirate blockades along the route. Harbor shipwrights face utter chaos from an overwhelming repair backlog and depleted timber stores. Desperate for timber, the port suffers a collapsed supply chain. Ryoichi Ishikawa steps forward to ask if they need a timber restock. He unloads a massive cache of blessed East Village timber, stunning the craftsman with pristine divine-grade wood. Overjoyed, the carpenters pay full price and insist he meet the master at the local guild branch. He steps into the Adventurers Guild to meet the guildmaster. Word of the legendary Dragon Feast reached Guildmaster held long before Ryoichi Ishikawa walked in. He instantly promotes Ryoichi Ishikawa to C rank to match his true power. Held attaches a catch offering a designated quest fit only for an elite powerhouse. Black pirate fleet, commanded by a brute named Barbarossa, terrorizes every merchant ship along the coast. Far from common brigands, their ranks boast a high-tier spirit mage and combat prowess rivaling royal knights. Even after the army intervened, the elusive corsairs slipped clean past the royal dragnet. Held urges Ryoichi Ishikawa to join the assault squad now that the general returned. Hunting wild monsters poses no issue for Ryoichi Ishikawa, but slaughtering human foes crosses the line. Coco Youth Gebertius backs him, eager to prevent a senseless bloodbath. Held honors their reluctance, suggesting they unwind at Spirit Lake before making a choice. Mara and Moa rejoice, excited to visit tranquil waters free of pirates. The sisters proudly display the toy boats they crafted. Ryoichi Ishikawa permits the girls to test their fleet in the safe waters. Reaching the shore, the party discovers an idyllic, scenic paradise. At the lake, Ryoichi Ishikawa sets the miniature ships ready to sail. After plunging in to cool off, Coco Youth Gebertius showcases her swimming style in the surge. Noticing Moa's growing hunger, Ryoichi Ishikawa starts a lakeside barbecue feast. Igniting the charcoal, he channels culinary expertise to craft a rich, smoky flavor. The spread dazzles with charred squid, sweet corn, and hot yakisoba. Spotting a flat stone slab fit for a table, he sets the cooked dishes down. The sizzle of fragrant soy sauce draws the girls in to devour the banquet. Turning back, the party finds the entire meal vanished into thin air. Moa discovers the stone table is a sacred altar and panics. Before their eyes, the Great Spirit emerges, wolfing down the corn and noodles. She confesses the mouth-watering aroma compelled her to manifest the altar for a taste. Moa urges Ryoichi Ishikawa to offer donuts to stay in her favor. Overwhelmed with sweet bliss, the delighted entity bestows an immense divine blessing and gratitude. A cluster of radiant wind spirits descends, resembling high-tier, fluffy familiars. Mara and Moa eagerly stroke the creatures, unaware of the lethal power within. The Great Spirit reveals that her blessing empowers them to forge pacts with spirits of every element. Using God class appraisal, Ryoichi Ishikawa sees its stats rival a mighty dragon. The spirit bristles in outrage that he checked its stats without permission. Ryoichi Ishikawa apologizes and the spirit requires a name to finalize their pact. Observing the blossom on its head, he notes its resemblance to a floral hair ornament. He officially bestows the name Lily, earning her delighted approval. The spirit gate unfolds, sealing the pact and supercharging his internal mana circuits. Back at Kirkport, a massive warship sits docked, primed for action. Aboard the ship, a knight reports to a cloaked figure gazing over the water. Known as Olyan, the master senses the awakening of a new spirit mage nearby. The knight seeks to recruit this newly awakened mage into their squad. Olyan remains deeply cynical about the concept of allies. Despite holding an elite A-rank standing, a heavy aura of solitude surrounds him. Grim rumors claim every adventurer who joined his party vanished without a trace. Olyan broods in isolation, scarred by countless tragedies from battles past. Ryoichi Ishikawa wakes in the dirt, seeking the lost cat. Lily perches on his shoulder, teasing him for assuming he had been possessed. She agreed to the bond once his companions completed pacts with their own spirits. The entire squad proudly presents their newly bound familiars with triumphant excitement. Ryoichi Ishikawa understands their kind hearts and noble souls secured pacts. Beside the gentle spirits bonded to the girls, Lily easily proves the most feisty of the pack. The new spirit demands a tribute for granting him her contract. Ryoichi Ishikawa outsmarts her by offering sweet donuts the great spirit once adored. Greedy little spirits instantly swarm the treat box in a frantic rush. Malo joins the feast without hesitation as they arrange a welcome barbecue. Lily reveals that the spirit gate magnifies internal mana by 10 times. Testing the gate, Ryoichi Ishikawa fires a fierce gale without wind mastery. Flawless communication remains crucial to keep both power and accuracy peak. Milo panics in silence, burdened by an unruly spirit that only craves food and sleep. At ancient ruins, Ryoichi Ishikawa tests his newly gained build. Channeling mana through the gate, he thrills Lily with the surge. A shout of windcutter crushes a massive stone pillar. Such extreme destructive power proves terrifying. Back at the guild hall, the master awaits with grim news. He introduces Oleon Bark, an elite spirit mage awaiting their arrival. A dragon spirit rests on her shoulder alongside a seasoned escort of knights. Critical business demands an immediate briefing with the new recruits. Julius arrives grimly, slamming a scroll onto the table. This royal edict drafts all spirit mages into the Central Pirate Subjugation Force. Magical artillery duels define these long-range naval clashes. Lethal enemy corsairs command mages who whip up wild tornadoes and vast whirlpools. Dodging this royal draft means losing all titles and becoming hunted fugitives. Without delay, they board the kingdom's armed warship. Refusing to dishonor her noble name, Sori commits entirely to the mission. Ryoichi Ishikawa keeps the children safe, leaving them, and Julius promises trusted female knights will guard the sisters in their absence. Far from simple grunts, these raiders amass tremendous magical power and gold. As Oleon explains, the balance of power sits in a tense stalemate. Though Ryoichi Ishikawa frets over their level 1 rank, Oleon senses a firm handshake seals their official party for the raid. Curious, Oleon asks why he shows no fear despite her intimidating aura. As an elite A-rank ace, she rivals Prime Maseki's in battle. Her wild outfit fails to shake Ryoichi Ishikawa's relaxed composure. Calling her look simple cosplay, Ryoichi Ishikawa welcomes the backup. Such warmth coaxes a rare blush from the fierce A-rank ace. Dropping formality, she tells him to call her Carrie. A brutal shock shakes the warship like an impact on a reef. Hostile fire magic erupts from 3 o'clock in a lethal ambush. At breakneck speed, the pirate vessel closes in. The hook-handed pirate leader laughs, readying his boarding raid. Bypassing long-range spellcraft, the corsairs plunge straight into melee. Crashing hard, the corsair ship turns the deck into a war zone. The boss orders his men to cut them down. His premier spellcaster despises bloody melee, promptly teleporting away. Bored of the battle, the lazy mage sits idle at the harbor. He watches Faye introduce herself to the young sisters on the docks. Obediently, the young girls conceal their spirits. The hooded creep leers at the young sisters, calling them cute girls. To do his vile work, he conjures a giant kraken spirit. Out on the ocean waves, royal knights trade ferocious blows with Barbaros's cutthroats. The captain shrugs off the counterattack, boasting of immense power hoarded during the knight's long absence. The pirates concentrate all their firepower on Catherine, the legendary fire spirit magician. A massive explosive blast erupts directly at her to obliterate her on the spot. Ryoichi Ishikawa shouts as flames engulf the deck around Carrie. Unfazed, Carrie smirks and summons her fire spirit, daring them to try and reduce her to ash. She unleashes a colossal blaze that instantly incinerates the pirates' coordinated assault. Panic grips the pirates, cursing her as a monster as their warship takes heavy damage. Relief washes over Ryoichi Ishikawa, yet Carrie breaks down in tears over that monster insult. Her former squad had abandoned her for possessing too much power, leaving deep emotional scars. Across the deck, Sari dismantles an enemy pirate with her flashing blade. The foolish pirate makes the fatal mistake of calling her a lapdog, sealing his own destruction. Sari remains calm, yet her summoned spirit boils with fury. She summons a massive wolf spirit that whips up a pitch-black tornado. The pirate crew members are hurled helplessly into the sky by the violent vortex. Ryoichi Ishikawa charges in with his spirit partner to sweep the deck. His blinding speed creates afterimages that confound the remaining pirate swordsmen. Stepping forward, Ryoichi Ishikawa parries the heavy broadside swings of Captain Barbarossa. Impressed by his skill, the captain offers Ryoichi Ishikawa liquor and women to join his crew. Before Ryoichi Ishikawa can decline, the knight captain intervenes for the duel. Refusing an honorable duel, Barbarossa channels lethal power into his magic prosthetic arm. He triggers a massive explosion, scattering wooden splinters everywhere. With the knights distracted by the shattered hull, the pirate captain sounds the retreat. The pirate vessel pulls away as the allied crew realizes their own ship is rapidly sinking. Malo contacts them through the communication link with devastating news. She and Faye fell in battle to an enemy using a cursed water spirit. Ryoichi Ishikawa reels upon hearing Mara and Moa were abducted. His spirit partner reveals that the girls' bodies were petrified by a hardening spell. Gazing at the pirate ship, Ryoichi Ishikawa knows the sisters are aboard. Aboard the pirate deck, the hooded figure watches the escape with sheer boredom. Barbarossa reminds the figure that his crew seeks plunder, not slaughter. The sinister mage reveals he abducted the sisters from Kelkport for training. He suspends the unconscious girls in tentacles as though they were mere cargo. Honoring his pirate code, the captain demands the safe release of the hooded figure loses all patience with the pirate. Barbarossa aims his cannon arm at the mage, threatening instant execution on deck. The villain merely mocks the threat and prepares to strike. He impales a pirate through the chest before anyone can react. Horror grips the pirate crew as their fallen comrade collapses in blood. The pirates surround the killer, ready to cut him down. Yet the dark mage teleports directly into the crow's nest. Calling spirit magicians useless, he threatens to ruin his toys before departing. He contemplates casting the young girls overboard simply to lighten his own burden. Ryoichi Ishikawa plummets from the heavens like a blazing meteor. Shocked, the villain questions who could possess the wind magic to leap so high. Offering no moment of respite, Ryoichi Ishikawa dives straight at his target. He secures both Mara and Moa from the clutches of evil, landing flawlessly on the deck. Recognizing Ryoichi Ishikawa, the villain taunts him from the rigging. Startled, Ryoichi Ishikawa demands to know how the dark mage learned his identity. The enemy boasts that the elf priestess and the young girls cried out his name under torturous torment. A massive shockwave of pure energy slices cleanly through the air. A tremendous force cleaves the ship's mast cleanly in two. Words are useless now, so Ryoichi Ishikawa summons wind magic to carve an escape path. Refusing to let them escape, the villain launches a vicious storm of black shards. Without flinching, Ryoichi Ishikawa takes the full brunt into his back to protect the girls. Shattered wood and blood explode as the impact slams them brutally into the deck. Glaring down, the masked mage mocks the children as dead weight dragging Ryoichi Ishikawa down. Mara and Moa watch in terror as their big brother bleeds from wounds. Though bleeding heavily, Ryoichi Ishikawa urges both sisters to run toward safety. Clinging tight, Mara weeps that his embrace is the only safe sanctuary left in the world. Out of the shadows, Captain Barbarossa and his crew step into view. Barbarossa lays down the law, stating that the pirate code strictly forbids harming women and children. Infuriated by the broken code, the entire pirate crew draws weapons on the masked mage. Their interference annoys the villain, who prepares to wipe the slate clean with a massive spell. A monstrous vortex erupts, threatening to pull the entire vessel down into the abyss. Laughing like a maniac, he vows to make fresh blood rain down upon everyone on board. Ryoichi Ishikawa rushes to counter, but the villain simply blinks out of existence. Floating in triumph, the mage boasts that his Kraken spirit grants flawless teleportation magic. Black energy slashes tear into Ryoichi Ishikawa as the villain orders him to surrender and die. Unwilling to break, Ryoichi Ishikawa uses raw speed to surround the mage with afterimages. Konak calls over the comms, informing Ryoichi Ishikawa that she analyzed, revealing that the Kraken controls the teleports. She insists they must seal the spirit first. Still spewing vile threats, the villain vows to slaughter Ryoichi Ishikawa's family next time they meet. Ryoichi Ishikawa looks him in the eye, coldly stating there will be no next time. The villain assumes Ryoichi Ishikawa throws his weapons out of sheer desperation. Yet the toss was bait, allowing Ryoichi Ishikawa to close in for a melee blow. A crushing blow from Ryoichi Ishikawa sends the mage flying. Pinning the wretched mage to the deck, Ryoichi Ishikawa watches him shriek for the Kraken to teleport him away. Unfortunately for him, the spirit cat bites into the Kraken, completely sealing its power. Standing over the defeated mage, Ryoichi Ishikawa declares he will offer no more mercy. Ryoichi Ishikawa dismantles this hooded creep. The villain breaks into a sweat at Ryoichi Ishikawa's rare black eyes. In panic, he rambles about ancient ruins known as the Hill of the Dead. This kingdom's founder was King Dorado, an otherworldly visitor who resembles Ryoichi Ishikawa. Old legends hailed Dorado as a noble champion who rescued princesses and became a heroic icon. The villain sneers that the legend is a lie. Madness consumed Dorado the moment the princess became pregnant. Turning into a monster, he destroyed his own realm and butchered his family before taking his life. A fan of the fallen king, this lunatic wants Ryoichi Ishikawa to walk that dark path. He dares Ryoichi Ishikawa to end him or watch blood rain on the sisters. Crimson spears of blood erupt across the deck, blindsiding the pirate crew. Even Barbarossa is impaled, trying to shield the young girls from harm. Pushed past his limit, Ryoichi Ishikawa unleashes abyss darkness. He prepares to eradicate this wretched clown. Lily screams for him to stop, warning that the spell's recoil. Apologizing, Ryoichi Ishikawa crosses the line to end this. He unleashes a massive blast of dark energy. Before catastrophe strikes, Carrie drops in to halt the chaos. She warns Ryoichi Ishikawa to chill, as striking trash will only rot his own arm. Her arrival stuns Ryoichi Ishikawa. Using wind magic, she and Coco Youth Gibertius vaulted right onto the vessel. Carrie asks Ryoichi Ishikawa to leave the rest. Her dragon spirit looms overhead as she promises the captive a warm hug. Agonized screams erupt, but Ryoichi Ishikawa only cares about grilled squid. Carrie reports that General Gustav's main fleet has finally anchored. Down at the harbor, the remaining pirate forces are utterly crushed. Barbarossa admits he never expected to be played as a decoy. Gustav praises Ryoichi Ishikawa for securing a bloodless surrender. Even in chains, the girls thank Barbarossa for shielding them. The captain jokes that they can join his crew if he breaks out. Led away in chains, he still commands genuine respect. Ryoichi Ishikawa notes they were never truly evil. General Gustav explains that the fed-up capital needs reform. Gustav even offers Ryoichi Ishikawa a promotion for his help. He hopes their journeys follow the same path ahead. Nearby, Ryoichi Ishikawa spots a bruised Mallow. Guilt consumes her for proving useless during the battle. Ryoichi Ishikawa pulls her into a comforting hug. Blushing furiously, she insists she remains his future wife. Even so, Ryoichi Ishikawa cannot stop pondering King Dorado's reincarnation. He considers asking about the Elf Kingdom but drops it for now. The entire pirate ordeal is officially settled. Coco Youth Gibertius notes the ferries returned and Ryoichi Ishikawa vows they finally set sail for the Kokonatsu Islands. Out on deck, Carrie and Ryoichi Ishikawa clash furiously in an A-rank sparring match. Ringing steel echoes across the deck as Ryoichi Ishikawa strains to match the veteran legend. Carrie admits he possesses genuine skill with swords, not just axes. Exhausted from the duel, Ryoichi Ishikawa relies on his absurd healing to tank the brutal blows. He trains relentlessly so he never feels helpless protecting his crew again. Seeing his gains, Mara and Moa eagerly demand to join the training. Carrie cannot resist their adorable eyes and agrees to mold them into fighters. Yet, before drawing steel, she sets up an elegant tea party. This supposed bridal lesson simply dresses Mara and Moa as maids. In reality, it is advanced spirit mage prep to sync them with their summons. Sharing food and laughter helps them reach that high-tier spirit-human unity state. A complete transformation is the goal, though. Ryoichi Ishikawa doubts his own talent. Across the deck, Mallow loses a desperate battle against crippling seasickness. Coco Youth Gibertius brings medicine for the elf as Ryoichi Ishikawa watches her on the floor. Wedded to her blade, Coco Youth Gibertius needs no husband. Ryoichi Ishikawa counters that her stunning ceremony look will attract. Coco Youth Gibertius asks Ryoichi Ishikawa to take her hand. Chaos erupts across the deck over the unexpected romantic confession. Staying professional, Ryoichi Ishikawa aims to register the party to officially protect them abroad. Coco Youth Gibertius realizes having a family is the true strength she needed. Recovering just in time, Malo claims first wife status and glares at her rival. Sweating profusely, Ryoichi Ishikawa struggles to navigate the chaotic harem tension. Nostalgia hits deep as they near Koko Youth Gebertius' homeland. From the crow's nest, the lookout spots the peaks of Sangwa Island. Koko Youth Gebertius outlines the Kokonatsu archipelago, naming Ikigu Island as home. Docking at Makuni Port, the party commands respect as powerhouses. Malo collapses onto the pier like dead weight as the others search for lodging. They soon find a local inn built like an upscale Japanese ryokan. Welcoming the 6 guests, Miyabi watches Ryoichi Ishikawa instinctively slip off his sensing the footwear customs without a single reminder highlights his natural intuition. Granted the peony room, they admire the breathtaking view. As the kids adore the grass rug, Koko Youth Gebertius praises woven tatami mats. Warm tea in this tranquil setting reminds Ryoichi Ishikawa of Japan. They inform their host about escorting Koko Youth Gebertius home to Ichigo. Miyabi warns that dangerous unrest brews over there from a succession dispute. Sharing sweet dango, the group worries about what dangerous mess awaits them. Koko Youth Gebertius notes her martial master father has 2 wives and a vast home. The first wife had 3 sons, and the concubine bore 3 daughters. Despite the status gap, their father loved every child with equal devotion. Eldest brother Sarah shone as the star pupil, yet second son Masato remained a free spirit. Frail scholar Coral, the third brother, often sparred with Koko Youth Gebertius. Miyabi offers yukata robes so the guests can enjoy the hot springs. After a long soak, the girls discover luxury kimonos carrying a steep price tag of 50 gold coins. Carrie considers it time for an equipment upgrade. Stepping outside, the maidens exude pure royalty in their floral patterns. Crowding around Ryoichi Ishikawa, the girls seek his honest approval. Sparing no expense, Ryoichi Ishikawa buys every single outfit right on the spot. The total hits 150 gold, but Dragon Loot leaves Ryoichi Ishikawa wealthy. Meeting envoy Sujitani, they sit down for an extravagant seafood feast. Sujitani admires their close bond, even as Malo insists on claiming lover status. Tension rises as Sujitani reveals he came to mediate a bitter family feud. Internal strife fractures the Gebertius household over who commands Keigu Island. Stunned by the news, Koko Youth Gebertius received no prior word from her family. Tragedy struck before the ceremony as poison felled the father and eldest brother of Koko Youth Gebertius. Both remain bedridden with barely half a month left to live. Envoy Sujitani offers warship passage and Koko Youth Gebertius eagerly accepts. Crushed by the grim news, she falls as Ryoichi Ishikawa catches her. He promises to handle everything, refusing to let her family perish. Upon the island, tension hangs thick enough to cut with a blade. Second son, Masato, spits vile threats, eager to strike down anyone in his path. Yet the frail third son, Karao, stands firm, denouncing his brother's crimes. Masato ridicules his brother's newfound confidence. Done with games, Sero draws his sharp blade to settle this dispute. Each brother accepts the grave sin of fratricide to settle the bloody feud. They take stances along the cliff edge. Steel clashes as both duel with all their might. Across Ikegu Island, attention turns to the Gebertius household. Excited servants celebrate as Lady Koko Youth Gebertius returns home. She welcomes Ryoichi Ishikawa and the group indoors. Grim dread hangs as they enter the master's room. Lying on his deathbed, Toshiaki fades away rapidly. Koko Youth Gibertius presents her party, and the dying master knows they are exceptional. His gaze locks onto Ryoichi Ishikawa. A true warrior at heart, he detects the immense strength of Ryoichi Ishikawa before coughing up blood. Panicked, Koko Youth Gibertius begs Malo to heal. Malo checks his status, realizing highest tier magic is already active yet failing to work. Nearby, a masked priest performs endless rituals without pause. The spells fail to take hold, and the elder fades fast. The priest orders everyone out, calling the patient a lost cause. Stepping into the hallway, the party feels the grim reality sink in. Koko Youth Gibertius seeks her mother, met with bad news. Lady Chuno has placed Lady Manaka under strict house arrest. Rushing to her mother, Koko Youth Gibertius finds her held captive at home. Lady Manaka details the succession war, tearing their family apart. Enemies framed her for poisoning the clan head during a ceremony. Koko Youth Gibertius fights to clear her mother's name. Just as they bring up Brother Corral, the man himself steps through the door. Corral stands drenched in blood, gripping a suspicious sack. His battered state leaves Koko Youth Gibertius terrified for him. He names Masato as the true villain behind all the chaos. Corral urges Ryoichi Ishikawa to take the women and flee the island. Koko Youth Gibertius collapses in despair over her ruined family. Ryoichi Ishikawa stays alert, sensing sharp bloodlust in the room. Two young fox girls leap forward with raised wooden swords. Smoothly sidestepping, he evades both clumsy strikes. Parrying each blow, he brushes their strikes aside like minor mobs. Trained against top fighters, he easily keeps the children at bay. A controlled wind magic gust pushes them back without harm. Lady Manaka steps in to apologize for Mimi and Meme's ambush. Realizing their mistake, the twins bow in a formal apology. Checking his status, Ryoichi Ishikawa marvels at how his stats grew. Koko Youth Gibertius strives to match Ryoichi Ishikawa's pace. Armed sentries bar their exit under orders from Lady Chuno. The entire party is trapped inside the lockdown. To save the old man, Ryoichi Ishikawa crafts a plan. With magic ineffective, God-class appraisal reveals an illness rather than a curse. Advanced medical technology offers the only real chance to save him. A diagnostic scan from Maiken requires a specialized medical upgrade first. The map locates the nearest upgrade site on Hachiku Island. Ryoichi Ishikawa commits to pushing ahead. Despite slim odds, he bets everything on his ancient technology. Koko Youth Gibertius weeps with Ryoichi Ishikawa as her hope. The crew arrives at the massive ruins on Hachiku Island. They scout the area for any sign of the research lab. Venturing deep into the cavern, they strike a solid dead end. Mikan explains that the true facility lies inside the mountains. Inside his magic-armored vehicle, Ryoichi Ishikawa plows through bedrock. Packed tightly inside the cabin, the crew reminisces fondly over their old mining days. Carrie-san is utterly astonished, having never witnessed such high-tier relics in the capital. They breach the final layer of rock with a powerful impact. The vehicle enters a vast high-tech underground corridor. An ancient secret research complex sits hidden beneath the peaks. Mike N flashes onto the screen, mapping the facility layout to guide them directly toward the generator on the third basement floor. Tense dread hangs in the air as the group descends the dark staircase. Harry-san notes that the manufacturer degraded into little more than a scrap recycler. Instead of producing new tech, the firm merely peddles salvaged relics. Reaching the deepest floor, they uncover an enormous emergency magic generator. Though ancient, the machine is their sole chance to restore power. Mikan warns of fried wiring, but Ryoichi Ishikawa remains calm. Using his multiplication box, he trades every broken component for fresh parts. Standing back, the girls watch his master mechanic craft in utter awe. Flipping the switch reboots the system, registering Ryoichi Ishikawa as administrator. Overhead lights flash on as security locks release across the entire facility. Deeper in, they find the product's storage vault, preserved in a dimensional freeze. Mikan realizes syncing her data with an artificial humanoid will upgrade her functions. Ahead, they reach the innermost door guarding the secret project. Promptly, Mikan starts the synchronization process. Steam vents from the preservation tube as the process finishes. Far away on Isekai'D Island, deadly tension grips the air. Two Foxgirl ninjas dash through the dense forest at full speed. Mimi and Meme slipped past their guards using a sleeping powder combo. Tracking a fresh trail of blood, they sent both Brother Karas and Brother Masato. Dread fills them that Masato has lost his mind and committed the unthinkable. Meme defends him, insisting he is a reckless womanizer, not a cold-blooded killer. Inside Coco Youth Gebersius's estate. Tended for his wounds, Karas rests under his mother's watchful gaze. He drops the bombshell. Masato is already dead. From a pouch, he pulls Masato's severed arm and a sinister dagger. The clan elders reel in utter horror at the news. That weapon is Sasafune, a cursed blade bringing ruin to whoever wields it. Furious, the mother demands vengeance against everyone in Masato's faction. Karas intervenes immediately, warning that further infighting will destroy the clan. His mother settles down and asks what alternative he suggests. To preserve peace, Karas proposes exiling Lady Monica and her daughters. Though cold and ruthless, the move may be their only hope to avert total ruin. Equipped in fresh gear, the squad resembles champions off a legendary gacha banner. Mikan installs every expansion kit, providing Ryoichi Ishikawa with a full medical bay. Now master of this massive complex, Ryoichi Ishikawa notices its defenses remain far too lax. Beyond centuries-old canned rations, this place amounts to a legendary treasure hoard. The armory stands packed with military-grade magic exosuits. Ryoichi Ishikawa tenses, knowing the children do not even recognize weapons yet. Such technology is far too vast for one person to wield. Unchecked power of this scale becomes a fatal liability in the wrong hands. Together, they resolve to freeze the facility in time and lock all controls. Aiken takes zero chances, deploying Shisa golems and priming a self-destruct nuke. A cold dread grips Ryoichi Ishikawa over what failing that prior check would have done. At the manor, Lady Chuno arrives with crushing news from Manaka. Coco Youth Gabertius checks the kids as adults talk business. The room turns cold as Chuno reveals that Masato is already dead. Masato was the traitor who tried to poison the lords. With the family disowned, Coco Youth Gabertius reels at the nightmare. Chuno grants a small mercy, sparing them from additional punishment. Manaka snaps, condemning the mother's callous reaction to her son's death. Through the grief, they learn Lord Toshiaki still clings to life. A single final visit to the manor is granted before their permanent exile. Her world crumbles as Coco Youth Gabertius confronts the betrayal. Worse still, Mimi and Meme execute a classic ninja swap and vanish. Down along the coast, waves crash hard against a hidden cliffside cave. Dark tunnels echo around the girls as they press deep into the cursed passages. Mimi trembles in fright as Meme teases her with eerie ghost stories. Their teasing dies as a swarm of rotten undead rises right behind them. Mimi shrieks as the monster lunges forward for the kill. Across the sea, the main vessel docks at Ichigo Island. Coco Youth Gabertius must be found swiftly amid the island's hostile energy. Masked ninjas drop from above to block their path forward. Ruthless ambushers waste no time and prime a blinding flash grenade. Blinding light erupts as the explosive flare detonates in their faces. Through the smoke, an assassin strikes as Ryoichi Ishikawa shields the children. Mikan intercepts, sending the killer flying with a heavy kick. Unfazed by the glare, her android optics track the target as she unsheathes her blade. Mallow steps in, ready to unleash suppression magic on the hostile fools. Shifting instantly, her robes transform into a battle-ready combat Cheongzam. Ryoichi Ishikawa wonders where she found such strange styles. With effortless grace, the matriarch overpowers her foe. Her strikes reveal these assailants are hollow puppets devoid of life. A hidden puppeteer orchestrates this entire bloody clan dispute. Deep in the manor, Lord Toshiaki lies bedridden in grave condition. Lady Chuno offers a chest full of gold to buy them off. Gold acts as severance to banish them from the island forever. Proud and unyielding Manaka refuses to touch the blood money. Holding her ground, she insists only the clan head has the right to exile her. Despite her agony, she remains resolved to clear Masato's name. Forfeiting her pride in the Kuran Ryu school is worse than death itself. Without warning, the clan lord's vital signs collapse violently. Blood spills from Toshiaki's lips, plunging the entire room into chaos. Stepping forward, the high priest begins weaving a recovery spell. Radiant light magic gathers around his hands to save the dying lord. Malo fires a swift magic blast from the doorway, hitting the priest. Shock grips the witnesses, but Malo clarifies her spell was not an attack. Joining the fray, Ryoichi Ishikawa reveals it was only a purification spell. God class appraisal let Ryoichi Ishikawa catch the priest casting a lethal curse instead of healing. Holy water dissolves the disguise, shattering the priest's human mask. The deceptive figure was an undead revenant executing a scheme this entire time. Howling in fury, the high priest morphs into a monstrous demonic entity before the gathered crowd. Enraged, the beast lunges at Malo, roaring that he will butcher the accursed elf. Ryoichi Ishikawa steps in, cleanly parrying the blow before the demon can land a hit. Steel clashes on claw as Ryoichi Ishikawa feels the terrifying brute strength behind each swing. Knowing standard steel will fail, Ryoichi Ishikawa calls upon the god of tailoring. Initiating a sacred artifact summon, he charges the air with potent magical energy. His armor swaps to legendary regalia as he manifests the divine needle sword rapier. Malo watches in shock as a mid-combat armor shift unfolds like a magical transformation. Bound by a tight time limit in this state, he resolves to end the duel in a single strike. Unleashing Crimson Virtue Law first form, he shreds the demonic priest into red mist. The fiend perishes instantly, yet Malo panics after witnessing a high cleric get erased. Losing all composure, Lady Chuno orders her guards to arrest the mainlander for murder. Hostile samurai surround the entire squad, eager to draw their steel. Attempting peace, Ryoichi Ishikawa explains the priest was a monster and the lord was saved. Trapped in denial, Lady Chuno refuses to accept the priest was a demon despite the transformation. Cornered about where he met the priest, Korra visibly trembles under the weight of his own guilt. Korra confesses to meeting at Revenant Hill as the party rushes to heal Lord Toshiaki before he perishes. Chuno screams against trusting outsiders, yet Korra begs her to let the companions save their father. The chamber doors crash open as Masato marches in, ordering the matriarch to shut up. Shock ripples through the room at Masato's return before he urges the healers to cure his father. Nanako shifts into her nurse attire to begin a full diagnostic scan on the clan master. Her scan reveals a magical shock curse, though Ryoichi Ishikawa gets distracted by her short skirt. Treachery comes to light. Someone deliberately injected poisonous mana to keep the master bedridden. Cleansing such an ancient curse demands a specialized purification spell to purge the lingering rot. Nanako points out that Mara has the immense mana required to fuel the ancient dispel formula. Mara freezes in stunned disbelief upon realizing her immense reserves are about to face drain. Channeling their combined power, they unleash a massive dispel upon the Lord. The dark curse shatters, and the master awakens as the crushing burden lifts from his shoulders. Overjoyed family members celebrate as Lord Toshiaki regains full consciousness. Loyal retainers erupt in ecstatic cheers the second their revered clan master rises to his feet. Refusing to pause, Nanako drags an exhausted Mara next door to treat Sero without delay. Purification light blazes through the hall as they cleanse the next patient. Sarah recovers immediately, sharing a tearful reunion with Mikako once the curse lifts. Toko Youth Gebertius joins the embrace, grateful to see her kin restored to health. Weeping with relief, she hails the companions as cherished friends for saving her family. Masato offers no mercy to his mother, demanding Chuno drop to her knees in humble apology. Recounting his survival, Masato explains enduring the fall and severed arm in a sea cave. Chuno bows her head in submission, offering her neck if execution is what settles the score. A bitter scoff leaves Masato's lips as he refuses to slay women or endure her melodrama. Relief cracks Chuno's cold exterior, sending her weeping at the confirmation her son lives. Brushing off her tears, Masato orders her to direct genuine thanks to the guests who saved them. Turning his focus toward Korra, Masato prepares for the inevitable clash between brothers. The estate guards lower their weapons at last, allowing Korra and the rescuers to pass. Deep in prayer, the Fox Priestess kneels as tension reaches a boiling point. Masato confronts Korra face to face, vowing to repay the treacherous wound dealt to him years ago. Panic grips Coco Youth Gebertius as she pleads for peace now that the Revenant is defeated. Yet Masato unmasks the true culprit behind the conspiracy, pointing to his empty sleeve as proof. Grim memories reveal Korra wielding the cursed blade Sasafune, severing Masato's arm without mercy. Masato denounces the traitor for attempting both patricide and fratricide for power. Korra seethes with bitter fury over how these foreign interlopers dismantled his master plan. Driven mad by ruin, the traitor curses the meddlers and lunges forward with a lethal thrust. Steel meets steel as the estranged brothers collide in a blistering duel. Sparks shower the floor as both blades grind for supremacy. Regretting his past failure to deliver a fatal strike, Korra resolves to sever every family tie. Masato tenses in dread as Korra sinks into a lethal, terrifyingly familiar stance. Korra channels his mana to unleash an ultimate Kuran Ryu school technique. Violet arcs explode across the courtyard as he triggers the devastating Lotus Blossom Flash. The overwhelming blast leaves Masato bloodied and stunned by his brother's monstrous growth. Even stripped of the cursed blade, Korra has ascended to a terrifying new realm of lethal power. Shockwaves shatter the courtyard, pulverizing stone pavement and decorative pillars. Korra stands over his brother, mocking the shattered blade to ready the killing blow. Coco Youth Gebertius dives into danger to shield Masato. Tears stream down her face as she begs the gentle brother of her childhood to awaken. Korra rejects her pleas, declaring he was always isolated in a clan that prized only talent. Bitterness consumed him after years of enduring hatred for his weakness despite family favoritism. Bullies trashed her brother's research books, but Coco Youth Gebertius stepped up to shield him. Beside his gifted older brothers, he always felt like a useless failure. The two siblings honed their blade skills in secret, the only time he ever felt truly happy. During the grand tournament, he managed to secure an unexpected victory over an elite rival. That victory turned into a nightmare after he took a human life for the first time. Racked with guilt, he went to the fallen warrior's family in hopes of making amends. There, he overheard the bitter truth. His father had bribed the officials to fix the duel and make an incompetent son look impressive. Crushed to learn his victory was bought, he locked himself away to study forbidden dark arts. Desperate for genuine power, he began scouring through dangerous dark magic grimoires. Traveling to the Hill of the Departed, he encountered a powerful undead knight. The knight offered him immense power, but demanded a terrible sacrifice. Coco Youth Gebertius recoils in horror, learning he agreed to sacrifice their entire bloodline. Worse still, the knight's undead minions have surrounded the estate grounds, waiting to butcher everyone and turn them into zombies. Casting off his humanity, he lunges to cut down Coco Youth Gebertius as his final sacrifice. Dashing forward, Ryoichi Ishikawa takes a brutal slash across the chest to shield her. Though the brother claims he cannot turn back, Ryoichi Ishikawa calls out his lies, knowing he's spilling his own sister's blood. Ryoichi Ishikawa warns is the only true point of no return. Bleeding from his wound, Ryoichi Ishikawa stands firm to shield Coco Youth Gebertius from her brother. A fierce duel erupts across the estate rooftops. Ryoichi Ishikawa holds on as stunned onlookers wonder how a human outsider can. Sparks erupt as their blades clash in a blinding flash of steel. Taking a vicious blow, Ryoichi Ishikawa keeps his feet. His allies scream for him to retreat, knowing a single clean hit from that lethal skill means death. Refusing to yield, Ryoichi Ishikawa relies on his god-class body to stay in the battle. Unleashing god-class clone jutsu, he summons duplicates to swarm the enemy. The enemy is caught off guard by the sudden shift in numbers. Channeling wind magic, the clones level the surrounding courtyard. Undeterred by the blast, he leaps onto the roof to regroup. With a swing of his phantom blade, he negates the incoming magic. Genuinely impressed by the tactic, the Beastman stops holding back. Proving he can match the art, he summons his own squad of shadow duplicates. Ryoichi Ishikawa braces as his own tactic is turned against him. The true warrior cuts through the chaos at blinding speed. Aiding Ryoichi Ishikawa with a decoy, he lands a brutal slash to his back. The girls watch in horror as their protector is viciously slashed. Mara prepares to intervene, but the undead knight blocks her from the duel. Keeping the pressure fierce, he gives Ryoichi Ishikawa no room to breathe. Recognizing the clones are physical bodies, he systematically destroys them. One by one, every duplicate is ruthlessly cut down. Pinpointing the real body, he lands another punishing blow. With wind magic, Ryoichi Ishikawa creates space. Intercepting him mid-air, the enemy cuts off his leg. Crashing down, Ryoichi Ishikawa forces his regeneration to kick in. Towering menacingly over him, the foe declares his mysterious master will be pleased. Ryoichi Ishikawa demands to know who this god truly is. That shadowy master seeks absolute vengeance against the gods themselves. Their endgame is to remake the world, starting with her noble clan. Denouncing the entity, Ryoichi Ishikawa calls it a demon lord. From the dirt, he catches his enemy off guard with a swift kick. The foe recoils in shock as Ryoichi Ishikawa fully regrows his leg. Landing a sharp counter, Ryoichi Ishikawa calls his power a true divine blessing. Ryoichi Ishikawa channels a finishing strike to end the duel. A blade bursts through Ryoichi Ishikawa, stopping him cold. Phantom blade Sasafune pierces straight through his heart. Using telekinesis, the Kuran Ryu school assassin steers the blade. He sneers that no regeneration can overcome a fatal heart strike. Ryoichi Ishikawa collapses to the dirt as his vision fades dark. The girls watch in horror as their guardian collapses. Amid the panic, Mara and Moa vanish from the sidelines. Mike freezes with an icy glare fixed on her fallen master. Regret strikes the Night Lady for failing to step in sooner. Preparing to take Ryoichi Ishikawa, the killer seeks an undead thrall. Two small figures stand directly across his path. Mara and Moa step forward to shield their fallen brother from the killer. Spectators stare in shock at the raw courage of the two little sisters. The assassin sneers that he will cut down any child who blocks his way. Refusing to run, the girls and their familiars stand ready to fight back. The swordsman charges to finish the job, yet the young sisters bar his path. A colossal blast of wind pressure halts his charge mid-sprint. Mara and Moa unleash surging gale magic to drive the attacker back. The swordsman recoils in shock at the monstrous mana radiating from them. Lily realizes the sisters are awakening an ancient, violent power. They manifest true spirit-human unity, blooming spectral flowers in a surge. Lily notes this pinnacle state proves their souls have synchronized completely. Mara glares directly into his eyes, commanding him to vanish. A violent hurricane erupts, scattering debris across the field. The swordsman swings the blade Sasafune to cleave straight through the gale. Spotting their lack of combat experience, he lunges straight for their throats. The sisters vow to protect Ryoichi Ishikawa no matter what. Coco Youth Gebertius leaps in, parrying her rogue brother's strike. He orders her to flee for her life, but she refuses to yield an inch. Coco Youth Gebertius readies her sword to settle their family feud. Their swords clash in a storm of sparks. She stands ready to atone for his sins, even if she must slay him. Ryoichi Ishikawa rises and tells her to halt. The crowd reels in disbelief after seeing a blade pierce his heart. The spirit gate opened across his chest, letting the blade slip harmlessly away. Lily mocks him for collapsing from the sheer psychological shock. Ryoichi Ishikawa asks the swordsman if he truly cares nothing for his sister. The rogue boasts of his bloodlust, but Ryoichi Ishikawa rejects the facade. He vows to beat sense into the rogue for Coco Youth Gebertius. Both warriors clash again with a deafening shockwave. Knowing tricks will fail, Ryoichi Ishikawa closes the distance for close combat. Surging with dark power, the enemy turns every exchange into a lethal gamble. Seeing Ryoichi Ishikawa adapt in real time, the assassin moves to end the duel. Landing a vicious kick, he readies his ultimate secret technique. He unleashes Lotus Blossom Flash in a tempest of lethal slashes. The ground shatters as Coco Youth Gebertius cries out amid the rising dust. Certain of his win, the rogue smirks. A violent blast of wind magic erupts from the ruins. He gasps as the magical pressure surges higher than before. Both sisters realize Ryoichi Ishikawa attained the same form they did. Bathed in spirit-human unity, Ryoichi Ishikawa radiates absolute authority. He surges forward so fast his body becomes a blur. Pure energy floods Ryoichi Ishikawa like 10 potent elixirs in his veins. The rebel tries to bluff, but Ryoichi Ishikawa is already upon him. A crushing strike lands hard, leaving his foe coughing up blood. The wounded foe cannot even track such raw speed. Ryoichi Ishikawa disarms him completely, snatching the legendary Sasafune from the air. With one final strike, the battle is firmly decided. Moonlight shines down on the ruined estate as the dust clears. Breathing heavily, Ryoichi Ishikawa stands over his fallen foe. The fallen brother demands to know why he is spared after his treason. Trapped under the rubble, he awaits the end. Ryoichi Ishikawa saw him hesitate to hurt Koko Youth Gabertius, proving his humanity. Handing back the cursed blade strikes his foe as utter foolishness. Driven by shame, the defeated brother raises a dagger to end his life. Koko Youth Gabertius strikes the blade from his grip. She rebukes his selfish cowardice, demanding that he atone by living. Despite his sins, she reminds him he is still her brother. Her brother drops his harsh facade, unable to bring himself to harm her again. Under the full moon, he yields to complete defeat. Locked behind heavy bars, the traitor answers for his massive betrayal. Gathered in deep council, the clan of Koko Youth Gabertius debates executing her traitorous brother for attempting to destroy them all. Rejecting execution, Koko Youth Gabertius pleads for exile, insisting that the clan's ruthless meritocracy drove her brother. Even the patriarch softens, realizing that his son's monstrous swordsmanship stemmed from pure, desperate obsession. Tension grips the estate as threat from the realm of the dead looms, forcing the clan to reinforce every wall against an undead surge. Guards stand watch across the perimeter to prevent any monsters from breaching the gate. Fortunately, the A-rank warrior Baron Errol stands ready to bolster the defense. Amidst the celebration, Ryoichi Ishikawa notices that the fallen priest's corpse vanished. Baron Errol patrols the outer perimeter, knowing these undead assassins dissolve into mist whenever they fall in combat. That sharp vigilance proves accurate, for the sinister high priest lurks alive among the tree branches. Recognizing his mission failed, the commander withdraws his forces before the alert defenders. Disappointed by his pawn's failure, he decides this territory is no longer worth the effort. The undead army retreats into the shadows, dismissing the scheme as a trivial loss. Back at the residence, Moa suffers from an intense sugar craving. Ryoichi Ishikawa and the girls lie unconscious from the heavy strain of transformation magic. Low on mana, Moa attempts to sneak in an affectionate wake-up kiss. The vigilant medical droid immediately shocks Moa with a stun charge, preventing any contamination of the master with outside saliva. Morning arrives, and Moa still yearns for sweets since her master remains sound asleep. Overcome with hunger, she bites into an ancient preserved ration that tastes vile. Word reaches the family that the hostile high priest is a rare immortal who already fled the island. In his cell, the captive brother stays silent, yet his mother prays earnestly for his redemption. Their father resolves to reinforce family bonds so they are never divided by enemies again. Ryoichi Ishikawa awakens to find Moa sick on the floor from the vile ration. Seeing her delirium for sweets, Ryoichi Ishikawa enters the kitchen to prepare food. He prepares traditional sweet oshiruko soup, bringing overwhelming joy to the girls. They joyfully savor the soft mochi and its perfect balance of sweetness. The Fox brothers arrive, passionately arguing whether the soup is oshiruko or zenzai by its bean texture. Ryoichi Ishikawa explains that the traditional names vary across different regions of Japan. One bite convinces the brothers of its extraordinary flavor. Soy sauce is the secret ingredient, its rich aroma instantly drawing everyone in the room. Amazed by the flavor, they plan to build a business empire selling the dish. Both parents admire Ryoichi Ishikawa's cooking mastery. Mother wastes no time bluntly asking when the wedding will take place. Koko youth Gibertius flushes bright red in panic, yet her mother already views Ryoichi Ishikawa as the ideal husband. Her father eagerly plans to open a martial arts school with his son-in-law. He even presents the family's legendary heirloom sword, Oga. Such a priceless treasure is rarely ever seen by the clan, let alone given away. Ryoichi Ishikawa tries to decline, but Koko youth Gibertius insists he must face powerful bosses. A goodwill envoy named Shujitani arrives on horseback. His grim report reveals that the undead army is preparing a full invasion of neighboring lands. Authorities offer her brother a deal to secure intel on the enemy staging grounds. Stepping forward, the prisoner reveals a grim secret. Half of his body has turned undead. A standard execution would merely turn him into a mindless puppet for the king of the undead. Hearing his family's beloved voices from his cell through buffed undead hearing fully restored his heart from the darkness, making him Koko youth Gibertius rejoices at having her brother back. Before leaving to accept the deal, he entrusts his sister to Ryoichi Ishikawa. The ambassador asks which kingdom the enemy targets next. Malo happily munches on her sweets. Dread grips everyone as reports confirm the undead legion is marching directly toward the elven homeland, the Centria Sylvan Kingdom. The team docks at Akigu Island port to prepare for the next leg of the journey. Consulting the omnipotent map, they see that the distant Centria Sylvan Kingdom requires a grueling journey. Reaching the northeastern reaches of the Karaslaya Kingdom will demand traversing vast stretches of land. Overflowing with joy, Malo believes Ryoichi Ishikawa travels there to ask for her hand. Attempting to remain composed, she explains that sacred forests and elite elven. A local merchant advises Ryoichi Ishikawa to rest his weary body before setting out once more. Night falls as Malo stands on the deck, overwhelmed by emotion. Maiken notices her tears instantly, yet Malo begs the android not to expose her weeping. Malo recounts the legend of Dorado, an ancient champion who saved the elven realm long ago. Fascinated by his legend since childhood, she conducted thorough historical research into his past. Maiken bluntly cuts in, remarking that Malo desires Ryoichi Ishikawa solely because he resembles her hero. The real tragedy, Malo admits, lies in how the hero's tale ended. She dismisses the dark finale as bitter fiction concocted by historians. Bathed in morning sunlight, the ship docks at Cook Port. Parting ways with the merchants, the group sets out toward the capital. Reviewing their route, the party plans to visit the city of Randall before journeying north. During the long carriage ride, Malo recalls nearly collapsing before receiving divine guidance. They arrive at the colossal gates of Randall, a metropolis of staggering scale. Amidst the bustling streets, a colossal temple over the skyline captivates the group. Malo explains that the Grand Cathedral honors Seveth, the realm's supreme deity. Towering arches give the temple a legendary presence. To show deep respect, Malo urges the group to offer their prayers. Her goal is to receive a blessing from the deity governing all magic. Kneeling before the altar, they listen as the priest invokes divine blessings. A surge of radiant power grants the entire squad a once-in-a-century divine. Even Mikan gains a divine gift, an unheard-of miracle for non-humans. Approaching in awe, the high priest declares this the work. High priest Michael reveals that the supreme god Sevath has manifested in person and awaits them. He guides the stunned party into the inner sanctum where bright light awaits. Ryoichi Ishikawa enters the chamber to find the entire pantheon gathered inside. Overwhelmed by awe, Malo drops to the floor in a deep kowtow. Sevath urges Ryoichi Ishikawa to relax, since an Isekai traveler is an ally of heaven. Shock strikes the girls upon discovering Ryoichi Ishikawa arrived from another world. Sevath shares the secret freely, confident that the party can be trusted. Relief washes over Ryoichi Ishikawa, no longer forced to hide his true origin. The goddess recounts the grim legacy of Dorado, a trans-migrant from 5 centuries ago. Dorado suffered a tragic fall, destroying his kingdom before taking his own life. Death failed to hold him. He arose as an undead king and forged an empire of monsters. Now his undead empire targets the sovereign elven kingdom. Secretly, he turns vital leaders into undead to grow his power. Bound by celestial rules, the gods cannot intervene against the transmigrant directly. Sevath charges Ryoichi Ishikawa with slaying King Dorado to end the rampage. Cold dread grips Ryoichi Ishikawa against an immortal honed by 5 centuries of battle. Sevath reveals that God-class adaptation makes Ryoichi Ishikawa immune to his power has surged beyond his own awareness in this brief span. Any further delay will make King Dorado impossible to stop. Resolute, Ryoichi Ishikawa accepts the task to defend their home. As the deities vanish, the crushing pressure leaves Ryoichi Ishikawa exhausted. Overwhelmed by reverence, Malo rattles off every high deity who stood before them. The water goddess Undile materializes once more to greet her faithful priestess. Rewarding her hard work, Undine bestows a precious gift upon Malo. Clutching the legendary ring, Malo freezes in disbelief at such divine favor. Yosuke, the god of wood, pulls Ryoichi Ishikawa aside to talk. Having watched from the start, he recalls how Ryoichi Ishikawa once wielded a basic axe. He playfully suggests forging a sword axe for the high-level battles ahead. When Sylphina, the wind god, steps forth, Lily the spirit cowers in pure reverence. Watching from the sidelines, the other gods wonder why this transmigrant draws such focus. Back at the inn, that celestial audience leaves Ryoichi Ishikawa feeling hollowed out. Dinner arrives, yet Malo is nowhere to be found. Shizui reflects on the news, realizing that Ryoichi Ishikawa hails from another world. Girls tease that men summoned from other realms must possess a hidden charm. Into the night, Ryoichi Ishikawa ventures out to locate Malo. Finding Malo, Ryoichi Ishikawa comforts her after the harsh day. He makes a solemn vow to stay true to himself and protect her homeland at all costs. Far away in a grim fortress, a far darker malice brews. The undead knight Dylan apologizes to his king for failing to recruit the warrior of Kokonatsu. King Dorado sits upon his throne, intrigued that his quarry resisted indoctrination. Unfazed by dissent, the sovereign claims every victim kneels in worship eventually. Casting secrecy aside, he prepares to declare total war. He proclaims his realm a true paradise for all who suffered persecution. Mocking charges of tyranny, he cynically labels his domain a literal zombie corporation. First marked for destruction lies the Elven Kingdom. Once this world falls, King Dorado intends to wage open war against the gods themselves. The party prepares gear for the trek toward the sacred mountain. Fully provisioned, the carriage stands ready for the haul. Ryoichi Ishikawa learns Mount Aorai is guarded by Sword Saint Makanata. Claiming the title of Sword Saint marks the absolute zenith for any blade master here. Gripping the legendary blade Haoga, Ryoichi Ishikawa hesitates, still seeing himself as an amateur. Carrie dismisses his doubt fast, declaring his growth rate is insane. Though Ryoichi Ishikawa credits his experience buff, Koko Youth Gebertius frets over her own power. Koko Youth Gebertius drops a bombshell, asking for leave to grind her stats. The carriage departs without her. Devastated by her rival's departure, Moa wails in utter heartbreak. Mara stays strong, promising Koko Youth Gebertius will return far stronger. Standing alone, Koko Youth Gebertius watches them fade away. Fear grips her that falling to the king of the undead will make her another monster. She refuses to allow another tragedy like the one that befell her brother Kurao. Stealing her resolve, Koko Youth Gebertius hikes the peak for the Sword God's blessing. Across the realm, the rest of the party reaches the capital city. Behold Rias, the massive capital of the Central Tree Nation. Street musicians perform peaceful tunes, bringing calm despite the looming threat of war. Relieved to see her home is not on fire, Malo immediately starts thinking with her stomach. The companions find a bustling dining spot serving an exquisite royal feast. Local flavors delight Ryoichi Ishikawa as Malo ravenously inhales her meal. Malo admits she stress ate here whenever her high priest mentor became terrifying. She dreads getting punished for past antics, like drooling directly over magic books. A loud voice calls Malo from across the dining hall. High Priestess Torka stands there, leaving Malo pale as if facing a phantom. Torka rejoices that Malo completed her pilgrimage without starving. The High Priestess shares her gluttony, burning every calorie through high-tier magic. Approaching the party, Torka introduces herself as Malo stays low. Intently, Torka stares at Ryoichi Ishikawa. She senses a warm, gentle aura around him, reminiscent of someone from her past. Intervening sharply, Malo demands that she refrain from flirting with her lover. Ryoichi Ishikawa frantically denies the relationship as Torka marvels that Malo likes men. Torka proves genuinely kind, bringing immense relief to the squad. She inquires if they saw the commotion in the town of Randall. Divine revelations delivered by descending gods keep the temple buzzing, Torka explains. Sweating nervously, Mallow reveals the sacred ring of purity to Torka.
Utterly floored.
Torka admits she felt this shocked only twice in her 500-year life. Astonished by her immortality, Ryoichi Ishikawa learns from Malo that high elves do not. Torka turns bashful over her looks, yet laments her sister who died tragically centuries ago. Solemnly, she asks Ryoichi Ishikawa if his original homeland is called Nihon. Hearing Japan shocks Ryoichi Ishikawa. Revealing her past, Torka served as attendant to legendary hero Dorado from Japan. Stunned disbelief grips the entire party. Peace blankets the city outside, yet dark secrets grow increasingly heavy. Ryoichi Ishikawa realizes Torka must know hero Dorado became the king of the undead. He wonders why she treats him so kindly when he resembles a man who became a nightmare. Malo departs to visit her home village as Torka leaves to brief the king on the undead invasion. They head toward Morris Village, a vital defense point on the border. Hidden deep within the forest, the settlement resembles a classic fantasy starter town. Local elves recognize Mallow instantly, showering her with delicious snacks. An elf woman resembling a sister is actually Mallow's grandmother. The entire village gathers around to welcome the youth. Carrie beams proudly until Mara clarifies the compliment was aimed at the kids. Ryoichi Ishikawa senses an ancient, weighty presence beneath their youthful faces. Cautioning him, Mallow warns not to underestimate these seasoned warriors. Haro, father of Mallow, strides forward wielding a colossal battle axe. Mallow names Ryoichi Ishikawa as someone dear to her. Curate stays composed, offering them shelter for the night. He asks Ryoichi Ishikawa aside for a private talk. Mara senses grave danger as the men step away. On the mountain, Coco Youth Gibertius fights fierce lesser monsters. Drained and covered in blood, she refuses to stop. She finally reaches the Summit Torii Gate. Masked attendants announce the arrival of a new disciple. Sword Saint Maikanata awaits her inside the ancient shrine. Sensing her fierce resolve, Mikanata orders Coco Youth Gibertius to prove her strength. The entire force prepares to face the grim undead onslaught. In the Tree City, everyone gathers around the war map. The plan is simple: stop the rotting horde at the front gate. Mallow activates her Ring of Purity, casting a holy buff on the party. The elven troops ready a suicidal stand, but Mallow outright forbids it. Any casualty, she warns, will simply rise again as fresh reinforcement for the enemy army. Ryoichi Ishikawa arrives with elite powerhouses, including legendary A-rank Cath. Rearguard support stands strong as Mara, Moa, and Mishika join the battle. Named by Ryoichi Ishikawa himself, Mishika treasures the great honor with endless. She secures the rear line as the heavy vanguard moves to the front. Scout spots movement, sounding an instant alarm. A vast tide of hooded undead marches against the fortress. The commander gives the order for ranged units to unleash fire. Spells and arrows rain down in an overwhelming, relentless storm. Unyielding undead march straight through the explosions without flinching. They raise siege ladders to scale the walls. Ryoichi Ishikawa and Catherine slay the climbing monsters as they reach the top. The elven infantry holds its ground firmly in close combat. Endless undead keep surging forward, wearing down Ryoichi Ishikawa. Their human faces disturb him, making every lethal strike feel cursed. Malo's brother Turan arrives to assist the defense. He tells Ryoichi Ishikawa to rest as the priestesses administer healing. The initial wave falls, yet defenders sense the true battle is only beginning. A colossal shape emerges from the fog. An immense undead dragon descends, far larger than the beast they defeated earlier. As the parent of the dragon from Melsar Island, the beast seeks brutal vengeance. Ignoring the fortress entirely, the beast flies directly toward the capital. It targets Rias, the heart of the kingdom. Built directly into a colossal world tree, the capital towers majestically. The dragon dives for the kill. It charges a breath attack that can obliterate the entire city. A massive hexagonal barrier deploys just in time. Princess Torka and the High Priest strain desperately to sustain the shield. A skeletal knight named Dylan lands atop the dragon's skull. Once a hero, the corrupted warrior openly mocks the struggling princess. Dylan taunts that any barrier is useless once shattered from within. Temple guards turn on the priests, revealing themselves as disguised undead traitors. The barrier fractures as the defenseless priests are slaughtered. Its gaping maw opens for a point-blank blast. A massive blade cleaves through the dragon's neck. The dragon crashes in a fountain of black blood. Grand General Gustav marches in with the royal army, finally ready to take command. Dylan fears nothing from the royal reinforcements. A hidden trump card will force the entire army to surrender. Back at the base, Ryoichi Ishikawa's comms buzz. Kirika cries out desperately for help. Treacherous guards ambushed a royal tea party in the capital and abducted the noble children. Trapped in a grim cell, Kirika, the prince, and Princess Small serve as the enemy's bargaining chips. Iron cages hold the royal princesses like trophies. The undead commander boasts before the royal army that the nobility's lives rest entirely. Past royal extermination campaigns against the undead made this total war inevitable. Peace was never an option for him, only total slaughter to the death. Undead legions endlessly revive, so he treats the princesses as disposable bargaining chips. Gustav seethes at this insult as Princess Small waits quietly inside her cell. Inside the grim dungeon, Kirika keeps hope alive, assuring Prince Karatoros that Ryoichi Ishikawa will come to their rescue without fail. Princess Small clutches her music box, drawing strength from Ryoichi Ishikawa's recorded voice. A sinister undead sorcerer materializes to steal her enchanted relic. Defiant, Kirika protects her treasure as Ryoichi Ishikawa listens through his communicator. Chika pinpoints her location right away. Her signal points to the peak of Old Dorado Castle, a massive undead fortress. Ryoichi Ishikawa wastes no time, assaulting the castle alone. Undead guards attempt to intercept, but his blinding speed leaves them behind. Vaulting into the sky, he moves forward. A single clean strike shatters the giant skeleton to dust. Allied soldiers watch in awe as he obliterates enemy hordes effortlessly. His overwhelming power rises to effortlessly surpass any foe he faces. In a flash of steel, he wipes out an entire guard squad. An undead beast attempts an ambush, yet proves far too sluggish. Chika provides long-range fire, blasting the second wave with an electromagnetic rod. Wind spirit magic forms solid footholds beneath Ryoichi Ishikawa's boots. Stunned knights openly wonder if he belongs to mortal kind. He soars through the sky toward the castle with godlike momentum. Back at base, Mallow feels heavy guilt over failing to stop his reckless charge. She asks her father for a steed to join the battle. Reese is her destination as she rides out despite the dragon threat. Having seen the devastation firsthand, she refuses to let anyone suffer again. Her father tries to hold her back, but her fierce resolve never wavers. Carrie steps forward as her sworn protector, fully prepared for battle. A fire spirit named Willius stands primed for combat. She also bound Kraken, the great water spirit subdued during their clash at sea. Spatial magic allows the spirit to teleport them to any realm it visited before. Ryoichi Ishikawa reaches the citadel and begins his infiltration. Alerting the main garrison would spell instant doom for the rescue. Shadows cloak his stealthy advance as Machika tracks Kirika's exact signal. Inside the cell, the dark sorcerer looms over his prey. Cornering Kirika, he demands the secrets of her music box. He vows to butcher her and raise her as a mindless thrall. Before the fiend can strike, Ryoichi Ishikawa impales his chest. Shattering Kirika's chains, he leaves the wizard howling. "I'm glad you're safe, Kirika." Their emotional reunion is brief, for the remaining captives need rescue. Enemy guards pack the hallway, blocking any clean escape route. Even worse, the fallen wizard respawns in seconds and rejoins the fight for round 2. High undead rank grants the wizard near-instant resurrection. A ring of sharp blades completely surrounds them. Ryoichi Ishikawa scoops up Kirika in his arms. He channels a massive surge of swirling wind mana. A ferocious gale erupts, blasting the mobs away. They make a break for it. The final boss kicks the reinforced doors wide open. Annoyed by the loud racket, the armored warlord stomps out. Dropping to his knees, the wizard grovels and begs his master for mercy. He glares down at the frail girl in Ryoichi Ishikawa's arms. A familiar presence marks Ryoichi Ishikawa. Recognizing Ryoichi Ishikawa as Japanese, he warns that any misstep will put him in the dirt. King Dorado stares down Ryoichi Ishikawa, identifying him as a fellow transmigrant from Earth. Ryoichi Ishikawa speaks his old name, but Dorado claims he discarded that identity long ago. Only his former adventuring party members could possibly still remember that forgotten name. Now his sole goal is turning humanity into an undead army capable of waging war on the gods. Dorado reveals he was once a legendary hero who rescued the high elf princess Senri from a demon king and fell madly in love with her. They married and built a kingdom together, yet their peaceful fairy tale was a cruel trap. Pregnant, Senri simply wanted a peaceful world to raise their child. Soon, a wicked god began whispering into Dorado's ear that humans and high elves can never conceive. Dorado confronted Senri on the spot, demanding to know how she became pregnant. Refusing to believe in miracles, he left Senri weeping on the floor. That voice came from a wicked deity allied with the demon king Dorado had previously defeated. The malicious god mocked Dorado, declaring he was merely an outsider for the deities to toy with. Vicious rumors of Queen Senri's infidelity spread through the halls, turning Dorado cold and bitter. Distrusted by racist nobles for his human heritage, Dorado eventually caught Senri speaking in private with a high elf knight named Dylan. Dylan had loyally served Senri's house since childhood, yet Dorado's toxic jealousy boiled over. Senri sought him out to explain that Dylan was only giving her sound advice about the foul rumors. Truly overjoyed, Senri was preparing a massive celebration for the pregnancy. The wicked god pushed Dorado past the brink, screaming that Dylan fathered the unborn child. Dorado snapped, driving his blades right through Senri's chest. Falling into a berserk frenzy, he leveled the entire fortress as panicked servants fled. His mind cleared only after he found himself standing in the smoking ruins. Dorado stared at his blood-soaked hands in horror, realizing what he had just done. Finding Senri's body in the rubble, he let out a soul-crushing shriek. He attempted suicide, questioning if sinister magic controlled him or if he was purely evil. Clawing out of the rubble, he barely clung to his fractured sanity. Repeated suicide attempts failed as every wound healed up instantly. Dorado realized he had already become an undead monster. Slaughtered citizens rose from the ruins, pledging eternal allegiance to their slayer. His kingdom became a silent graveyard overnight, leaving only a hollow void inside him. A burning lust for vengeance ignited against the gods who stripped away his entire life. He resolved to turn every mortal into an undead soldier to slay the gods and rebuild the world. Back in the present, Ryoichi Ishikawa cannot believe such a vile god truly exists. Seeing his past self in Ryoichi Ishikawa, Dorado invites him to join his cause. Ryoichi Ishikawa refuses to sacrifice innocence, regardless of Dorado's tragic past. Dorado moves to take him by force, prompting Ryoichi Ishikawa to deploy god-class clone jutsu. He directs Lily to guide Kirika and the clone to safety. The clone escapes the mob as Ryoichi Ishikawa stays behind to hold the line. Lily expresses shock that the duplicate speaks so clearly, prompting Ryoichi Ishikawa to credit the blessing granted by Kami Shirahito. Stunned by the technique, Dorado demands that Ryoichi Ishikawa join his side. Leaping forward with brutal force, the king shreds Ryoichi Ishikawa's clones apart. A brutal slash cuts deep across Ryoichi Ishikawa's chest. Spotting the rapid regeneration, Dorado mocks Ryoichi Ishikawa for mimicking the undead. He gives Ryoichi Ishikawa a final choice to surrender or serve him as a corpse, refusing both demands. Ryoichi Ishikawa pushes Dorado to finish the duel. Dorado swings his giant skull-engraved blade down for the final blow. Pouring out all her divine power, the high priestess strains to keep the barrier from shattering. Centrius endures a devastating onslaught as a dragon rains hellfire over the royal capital. Panic grips the elven knights as heavy fractures spread across their failing defensive barrier. Desperate to hold the line, High Priestess Torka prepares a forbidden sealing incantation that will drain her life force away. Despair grips her squad, knowing the loss of their sacred priestess spells doom for the kingdom. Mallow teleports into the fight, halting the sacrificial ritual. Stepping through the rift with absolute calm, she acts as if victory was already planned. Her boast that pure love granted this immense power surge leaves the surrounding soldiers baffled. That great passion proves to be empty hunger instead, as her stomach growls loudly for food. As she begins snacking, a grim undead warrior breaches the defenses to settle an old score. Torka shouts for everyone to stay on guard against the incoming undead threat. As a dragon prepares to incinerate the squad, a warrior crashes down like a comet. Cleaving the beast's skull in a single stroke, he turns to greet the undead knight like an old rival. Baron Errol glares with rage that his rival survived their previous clash. Confusion grips the royal army, unsure if this mighty champion fights on their side. The warrior announces that Ryoichi Ishikawa went ahead to rescue the princesses, leaving him behind to crush the undead horde. Their blades clash instantly, moving with speed too blinding for the eye to track. The undead knight endures heavy strikes that would have obliterated him in the past. Taking deep offense at comparisons to mere beasts, he radiates suffocating menace. Sparks erupt across the ground as both warriors trade fierce sword strikes. A vicious thrust from the undead knight pierces the warrior's chest, proving his undying resilience.
Across the realm at the castle of the undead, utter devastation unfolds.
A massive armored titan looms over the ruined battlefield. King Dorado offers a mocking apology for his excess after drenching the stone floor in blood. Ryoichi Ishikawa launches a clone ambush, yet Dorado reads his true path at once. Unyielding resolve drives Ryoichi Ishikawa to fight through every defeat. Dorado impales two illusions in a single swipe, splitting them effortlessly, thinking he struck a fatal blow to the king's heart. Ryoichi Ishikawa hits impenetrable armor. Relishing the clash, Dorado brands Ryoichi Ishikawa an amusing plaything. He shreds through the fragile clones as easily as brittle paper. Snatching the true Ryoichi Ishikawa by the throat, he ends the deception. The trick failed because the legendary sword Ryoichi Ishikawa held was impossible to replicate. A brutal punch from Dorado hurls him across the room, shattering his bones. The violent impact knocks Ryoichi Ishikawa's sword away as he slams down. An immense gulf in strength separates Ryoichi Ishikawa from the monstrous king. Darkness creeps into his fading vision as he strains to manifest even one more clone. His passive recovery falters, exhausting his last healing reserve. Looming above, Dorado offers the twisted mercy of eternal servitude to end his agony. Right before the lethal strike falls, a spirit wolf lunges from the dark. Caught off guard, Dorado recoils as the wolf sinks its fangs into his face. Recognizing the spirit beast, Ryoichi Ishikawa knows he is not alone. A fresh warrior strides onto the field, raising her blade to challenge the undead king. Standing tall, Coco Youth Gebertius arrives to restore her family honor. Bracing her stance, she readies a fierce counterattack for the coming clash. Coco Youth Gebertius rushes straight at the king of the undead. Steel clashes against dark armor as the tyrant recognizes her as Corral's younger sister. Smirking with arrogance, the monarch boasts that his fallen minions will simply rise again. Violent shockwaves tear through the stone floor. The enemy sneers that Coco Youth Gebertius will soon serve in his undead legion. "This day marks your doom," she shouts, as her spirit wolf companion draws his focus. A roaring vortex of spiritual energy spirals across the chamber. Warrior and beast merge their inner power. She calls on the ancestral blade Howling Fang for supreme power. Both duelists brace themselves for a lethal final strike. Coco Youth Gebertius executes the Kuran Ryu school art, Lotus Blossom Flash. Her strike connects, severing the Dark Knight's arm in a bloody eruption. She vows to take his head next, yet the monstrous commander only cackles with cruel delight. The severed limb lunges forward, clamping hard around her throat. "You are mine now," the knight gloats as Coco Youth Gebertius gasps for air. He promises to crush her spine unless she drops her weapon. Forced into a corner, she drops her blade to the floor. The knight begins an undead ritual, but she mentions her brother's cursed blade. He instantly recognizes the legendary blade Sasafuni. She reveals its true curse. The wielder must endure absolute misfortune. "I return this misfortune to you," she cries out, drawing a concealed dagger. At point-blank range, she triggers the Kuran Ryu School tandem slash. Petals and razor steel erupt across the entire chamber. The undead king collapses, and she immediately rushes over to aid Ryoichi Ishikawa. Ryoichi Ishikawa blinks through his haze as she urges him to get back on his feet. "I have you now," she reassures him with a steady voice. The boss lies dead, but they must escape before the entire dungeon collapses over them. Heavy masonry crumbles as the castle crashes down. Down in the dungeons, violent tremors shatter the cell wall, opening an escape route. The young prisoners choose to flee rather than face death in their cell. Creeping into the next chamber, they move in silence. A figure steps from the dark, claiming she is also a prisoner. Identified as Senri, the undead bride of Dorado carries a tragic past. Children stare in shock at this unexpected stranger. Senri recounts her grim past, revealing she was discarded like refuse until the Lord rescued her. There she lived in luxury, enclosed in a gilded cage attended by royal maids. Her lord would frequently visit to find solace, offering brief moments of peace. He even gifted her an exquisite jewel that brought her joy. Yet, the more she celebrated, the darker his sinister aura became. His anger was never directed at her, yet his burning thirst for vengeance provoked a catastrophic war. Amidst the bloodshed, his consuming fury boiled over. Unable to watch him succumb to madness, Senri pleaded with the children to help her escape the prison. Prince Kilitros and Princess Small hesitate in in dread, knowing this cruel monarch destroyed everything they held dear. Ignoring royal politics, Senri only desires to rescue the man she loves from his own dark hatred. Princess Small senses her sincerity, but danger approaches. Footsteps echo down the corridor, forcing the group into hiding. Ryoichi, Ishikawa, and Kirika step into view at last. A warm reunion honors Ryoichi Ishikawa for the big rescue. Princess Small is charmed by his gentle aura, yet the spirit cat remains skeptical. Sensing a high-level undead in the room, the cat urges Ryoichi Ishikawa to stay alert. To halt the aggression, Small explains that Senri is a true pacifist. Ryoichi Ishikawa finds an electronic lock shielded by a magic barrier. With God-class appraisal, he cracks the security code in seconds. Once inside, he reveals the blunt truth. King Dorado has been defeated. Senri reels in shock, having believed her lord was an immortal master. That relentless masked minion emerges once more, refusing to stay dead. A violent earthquake strikes, making the entire castle convulse with fury. Heavy debris crashes down as the structure gives way. Coco Youth Gebertius and Ryoichi Ishikawa rush to evacuate the hostages. Plunging like a meteor, a giant blade pierces the floor. This is King Dorado's iconic blade. King Dorado strides out from the rubble to seize the hilt. Back from the brink, he feels more powerful than ever. Coco Youth Gebertius panics as King Dorado resurrects himself from the dead. No longer playing around, he unleashes the cursed sword's true form. His swing sends a wave of dark energy across the room. Ryoichi Ishikawa and his ally barely hold on. Under heavy aura, Ryoichi Ishikawa cannot move a muscle. Before he can finish them off, Senri steps directly into the line of fire. She begs him to drop the blade before it completely rots his soul. Attempting to defend his lord, the masked undead attacks the traitor. Dorado refuses to tolerate it, erasing the masked follower for overstepping. Princess Small stumbles and drops her music box, playing a familiar melody. Henry joins in, singing lyrics about military ranks and medals. The melody strikes Dorado hard, making his murderous intent evaporate. His dark aura fades as he urges Senri to continue singing. A problem arises when the damaged music box only plays a single verse. Recognizing their sole chance, Ryoichi Ishikawa offers to repair the magic tool. Fighting pauses as Ryoichi Ishikawa brings out his repair kit. Surreal tension lingers. Ryoichi Ishikawa fixes a toy as the final boss waits. Princess Small clarifies it is an old nursery rhyme from the capital. Winding the key, Ryoichi Ishikawa lets the music flow. Senri sings the full song, triggering vivid memories from back when they were alive. She recalls her promise to build a kingdom together. Within that memory, she confesses her deep love to Shin. Dorado's eyes widen as true memories rush back. His name is Shin. Quiet peace settles between them as the tension breaks. The cursed sword speaks with rage, furious that Senri interferes again. Its voice identifies itself as an evil god. The cursed blade was the true villain all along. Revealing his true face, the evil god displays an overwhelming, terrifying presence. Torka and the priest stake everything on a massive fusion circle, yet the villain arrogantly laughs off their futile struggle. Tremendous pressure from the shattered barrier sends shockwaves rippling as the temple begins crumbling. Ridiculing their effort, the general mocks them for wasting their mana on a spell that fizzled out, yet Torka stands firm, gasping out that this ritual was never an offensive spell. She realizes magic holds the power to grant genuine wishes, pouring her whole heart into this casting. Memories flash back 500 years to the day disaster struck and a monster loomed above. Dylan prepares to throw his life away to buy time, urging her to survive for both him and Queen Centauri. He harbors no regrets so long as he chooses where to make his final stand. Back in the present, Torka invokes holy rain as the sky tears open with blinding light. Her prayer calls out to heal lost souls, searing straight through the giant undead dragon. A terrible death rattle escapes the dragon as holy pressure melts its decaying body to ash. Confusion strikes the knights until they realize the sacred rain mends their wounds instead of crushing them. Mirror and the crew narrowly survive the blast through Kraken-chan's swift spatial teleportation. Even Shin snaps out of his dark trance, shocked by the horrors he committed during his madness. Torka channels every ounce of mana and sorrow into the incantation as tears stream down her face. To Shin, the raindrops feel like his lady's tears as his body begins crumbling into the wind. The entire undead legion and the great dragon dissolve completely, crumbling away into pure dust. Priests realize this victory came only because Torka channeled an echo of Sister Senri's legendary magic. They recall how Senri paid the ultimate price with forbidden magic to seal the evil within Shin. Shin stands stunned that the woman he betrayed chose to save his life. The demonic blade sneers with malice, declaring it merely bided time to amass power inside his flesh. A brutal truth is revealed. The child Shin believed he slaughtered was his own flesh and blood. Crushed by agonizing guilt, Shin screams in despair over what all his sins were for. Shin strikes to shatter the sword in blind rage, but the blade will not break. Mocking him, the sword sneers that their souls fused, so destroying it will erase Shin as well. Discarding its broken vessel, the blade casts Shin aside to die and locks its malice onto Ryoichi Ishikawa. Stepping in without hesitation, Ryoichi Ishikawa shields the dying king. Shin is stunned that Ryoichi Ishikawa protects him after all his past sins. A fellow countryman who shared the same otherworldly trial cannot earn Ryoichi Ishikawa's hatred. Sensing fresh prey, the demonic sword chooses Ryoichi Ishikawa as its ideal new vessel. Demonic energy surges, drawing a scream from Saori as darkness engulfs Ryoichi Ishikawa Ishikawa. Dark mana cracks Ryoichi Ishikawa's skin as the foul possession takes hold. A dreadful form bursts from Ryoichi Ishikawa's flesh, leaving Saori horrified. Now fully descended, the evil god prepares to revel in the power of his new host. He mocks the party, calling Ryoichi Ishikawa a mere husk for his true descent. Saori refuses to yield, shouting that Ryoichi Ishikawa's regeneration will never let him fall like this. Drawing her sword, she readies to strike, despite hopeless odds. The deity toys with her, mocking her passion for the warrior she claims to love. Running on sheer fumes, Saori calls for one final spirit unity. The evil god scoffs at her, boasting that deities feel no exhaustion and heal from every wound. Stepping back into battle for a final stand, Shin challenges the evil god to face him instead. Senri pleads with him to halt, yet another Ryoichi Ishikawa sits in absolute calm amid the chaos. Aiming to erase the seated Ryoichi Ishikawa, the god assumes he is merely a leftover clone. Yet the strike deflects off a layered barrier, leaving the arrogant god thoroughly rattled. A massive divine relic manifests as Coco Youth Cabercius explains that this seated figure is no clone. Through tactical genius, Ryoichi Ishikawa deployed god-class clone jutsu into battle, keeping his true body safe. The evil god fumes in disbelief, outsmarted and deceived by the clever decoy. Rising with absolute authority, the real Ryoichi Ishikawa condemns the deity's foul wickedness. Legendary reinforcements arrive at the decisive moment, granting potent support to finish the battle. Channeling god-class body, Ryoichi Ishikawa elevates his form to match the gods. He surges forward with full strength, unleashing a divine strike to end this decisive battle. A surge of energy from Ryoichi Ishikawa repels the creeping darkness. Shin spits blood, mocking the power of the specially crafted divine relic. The vile entity claims a mere demigod cannot equal him. Fierce blows clash at breakneck speed, turning the ground into a crimson ruin. Shin cleaves the air with twin strikes of unbridled malice to plunge Ryoichi Ishikawa into despair. The villain targets the girls. As the evil god charges up, Ryoichi Ishikawa's allies rush to defend. A massive orb of void energy swallows everything in sight. Using his final strength, Ryoichi Ishikawa binds Shin in holy chains. Though torn apart, Ryoichi Ishikawa refuses to let go of the curse. Lily unveils her true form, shifting into a massive legendary tiger. Pinning the villain down, she gives Ryoichi Ishikawa the opening to strike. Ryoichi Ishikawa fires spirit magic in a lethal cyclone. The attack connects with brutal force, shattering the ground beneath them. Shin falls to his knees as the heavy impact snaps the holy chains. The villain thanks Ryoichi Ishikawa for shattering his limiting shackles. Before the villain can unleash full power, a blinding light floods the room. Descending in light, the goddess Seveth declares Ryoichi Ishikawa did what was needed. For 500 years, she has been hunting this monster. Shin attempts to act defiant, but his long imprisonment leaves him weakened. Seva manifests divine chains that the villain cannot hope to break. She proclaims the official execution of divine judgment. Dragged into the dark abyss, Shin screams as he is finally sealed away. The goddess turns her cold gaze toward the corrupted hero. For his countless sins, she sentences Shin to total soul erasure. Ryoichi Ishikawa refuses to watch a fellow transmigrant die like that. He asks permission to end Shin's life as a warrior rather than a prisoner. To settle their scores for good, Ryoichi Ishikawa seeks a fair duel. Respecting the resolve, Shin draws his blade for one final round. Stripped of divine blessings, they clash with pure skill and steel. Though his body crumbles, Shin strikes back with everything he has. Watching closely, the companions witness both rivals find peace in battle. The two resemble brothers sparring together rather than mortal enemies. Ryoichi Ishikawa delivers the final blow, and Shin accepts his end. You're human, Ryoichi Ishikawa says, denying his death as a monster. Senri cradles the dying man as he dissolves into light. The law of equivalence activates, guiding both souls to the underworld together. The goddess admits she was moved by Ryoichi Ishikawa's kindness. With the battle concluded, the companions finally catch their breath. Inside the infirmary, the children rejoice that their big brother is coming home. Without their king, the remaining undead hordes instantly self-destruct. High Priestess Torka catches a faint voice confirming their victory. Events shift toward the vast kingdom of Kale's Lyre. The king grants Ryoichi Ishikawa the title of honorary baron. The younger princess, a baron rank feels far too low for their savior. Small explains that a humble title protects him from unwanted attention. She secretly desires Ryoichi Ishikawa all to herself as a vassal. The party finally journeys back to the familiar sights of E's village. Watching the recovery fills Ryoichi Ishikawa with nostalgia. Local villagers lose their minds upon discovering that their hero is now their lord. Ryoichi Ishikawa acts humble, yet the villagers refuse his modesty. They demand his rule, content with a figurehead as Chief Coleus handles the work. Nasir and Marie rejoice to have their favorite adventurer back in town. The settlement has turned its natural hot spring into a major tourist attraction. Moa still blushes over the time Ryoichi Ishikawa saw her there. Months pass, and Ryoichi Ishikawa craves a new adventure. He yearns to explore the world before noble drama traps him. Top priority means securing a magical airship for the squad. The girls already clash over who earns the most attention. Even the little ones jump into the contest to become his bride. Lily points out that she already fused souls with him twice. Michika chimes in, boasting companion functions as an AI. Total mayhem overwhelms Ryoichi Ishikawa. Asked what draws them to him, none can name just a single trait. Your kindness, they shout together as the voyage continues. The carriage rolls toward the horizon, ready for their next big quest.